And the monks also in India do not have this mandala base. One reason is maybe because of the finance and so forth. And I had given one mandala, the sex offerings to one monk who maybe communication knows it. And then he's very humble. When if he works during the day, he works very hard, and in the evening he practices down sincerely. I gave one, of this complete set of this mandala base, and also I gave two mandala base to another 2 months altogether. Maybe there be around only the 10 monks who have this mandala base in my my monastery. But some people, they do have enough money to buy this mandala and base, but maybe they will think buying this sort of mandala base cause a big debt, a big debt. So that's why maybe they're not they're not ready maybe to buy this the mandala base. If one really buy mandala base, then which is often 2 or 3 jewels, one will never become a big debtors.
onji chenlo chigine chi tanchi musuwa do wine da tanchi musuwa do tene onji chenlo che tene mizima de an ganga cha sona de mizima yobole sona soji modu gongde bade sasung chusa dene zang de chere gongdo da chele be mo go be chwe chwe song ni ji go song jawo chwe ni mo shi do chi je sa dene ma aje ni me chere gongdo jawo zo ba ma ta ke de de so da tere tere la ba na so da go ya ma re tita ani 미게타제 손는데 받은 저가라 모르지다기 주변에 되죠. 내가 벤 춘 답지. 어다마 소신도 자는 냐네 대 대찬로. 다양 받은 서손 되죠라 말이 뭐지. 내가 신고 말. 감사 유튜브에 말. 유튜브는 내용 요에 말. 아직도 가지셔. 단대자라 매지면 수대치 살려고. 당신 무슨 소화도 버디 군주 람쳐는 요래. 이 여자한테 내 자위는 레프 라마나 고주르 무슨 무슨 자지 제나다 다다 마시냐 대신이야 마고는 하제 도수민이나 참 체질로는 다다 나버 체질 신이야 그거는 mel로 소리 제말로 너저 괜찮은 거지는 여셔 진도 사송 아니 이나 모르나 시에네 메디탈 던지 무슨 수었더나 대다 버려 맞아 상마제 바비베 다다 상마로 되나 느려 던지 무슨 만들어 자는 쉬어요 말 대다 당연히 메즈먼도 사텔레고 다들 메즈면 소화도야도 알리베즈면 전화시한 거예요.
And if you are going to recite the Viktama after this the hundreds of days of land of joy, traditionally before they offer the mandala, just before the mandala and the end of the dedication, and then they recite an abundance sasuma, which is the biography and the lives of Tsem Rinpoche, and Tsem Rinpoche was very pleased about this biography, and so recite this Bandha Sasuma, and before it finishes, then we stop and then offer the mandala, and then after the mandala, and then we should do the Viktama. And the Viktama, and then we should do the rest of that Bandha Sasuma, and then dedication. But at the moment, this Bandha Sasuma is not available, maybe in English. Even if this translation is available, we don't have the time to recite it. So what we should do is then, after the dedication, offer the mandala, and offer the mandala, and before saying Idam Gurura Mandalakam, we should request to achieve 3 great meanings. That is 3 great meanings I explained in the stages of the path, saying through the power of the power and blessings of the gurus and so forth, may I able to achieve all the necessary conditions of achieving enlightenment. May I avert all the obstacles such as developing negative thoughts towards spiritual guidance and so forth will be pacified, and saying all these three great the meanings. And then I want you to say Idam Kurana Mandalakam, and then recite the Iktsema.
And the Menzima de la Menzima Tanda Shem was the Menzima Kora when they were with the other Shem. And the sort of Lukumachi, Tashara Shea Yomare. Mamu Shaggy, the Menzima Shea Mamu already did that, Mamu Shea in the Tandamido. Koran, Konachindi did it. Chetan Koran, which was Shujanata, the Savary, the Sasson, Hachi, and Lakayamachi, or Barut and Dilla. That Nani Chedi, Tandi, Sony, Mudasangi, and the Savary,
and then, before we recite this Iktsema, it's good idea to know the real meaning of this Iktsema. So there's no time to explain the meaning of the Iktsema in very detail, but I will try to finish the brief explanation of the meaning of Iktsema in this afternoon. And please, also we should stop here for this morning. So now and now follows the recitation of Iktsema, and in order to recite this the blessed Iktsema, there are three important things to be known. One is the and internally one must possess the good qualities, and externally, secretly, one must possess this indivisibility of the spiritual guide of Guru and the deity. And the externally one, and then possess the illumination of similarities, and this external referring to the taking is external quality is between the poetry, which is taken an example of something. And when we say, you who are Avalokiteshvara, the great treasure of compassion, observing handable, and this is the application of example and meaning thing. And Yudse Tsongkhapa is Avalokiteshvara because of the possession of the great treasure of great treasure of compassion, observing unapprehendable. And also next is that you are in the Manjushri powerful one of the standless knowledge. This means because you the Tsongkhapa possess such the great the standless knowledge and wisdom. So this wisdom is possessed by the Manjushri. So you Tsongkhapa is then in the Manjushri who understands everything standlessly.
Kyabje Zong Rinpoche Samadabu Chinese. Yingoyade Sanda de Sanje Tangji Tu Sanga Zhenzi Yinzang, Yenamera Cheni, Ye Dani Shibuya Sanje Goji Sanga Yinbe, and the Santi Goshu Yinsen, Sumbiore, in a discover Chevicheto, and San Yeju, the woman in the Sanga Das, two. Chesa that is the Revajan, the woman in the Sanga. Do you go my liver and do what is ever to do never to do Chimbo? Some that we invite yet I need Chimbo and Hajan to do never Chimbo, to do never Mada Imba, some that do send messages.
And next in the line of the Vajrapani, the destroyer of all the hostile models, demonic interferences, is inserted by the answer in the system. According to the four round parallel to Tsongkhapa, is the fourth line, which is third line. Vajrapani, destroyer of all the hostile Mara, does not exist. So answer system insert that this line Vajrapani, destroyer of all the hostile Maras. So the meaning is again the same. Just as the Vajrapani destroys all the hosts or hosts of demonic interferences. So in a similar way, Tsongkhapa is likened to this Vajrapani. And because the Tsongkhapa represents the three the protectors of the three three lineages, Vajrapani and Vajrapani Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara. Therefore these three deities are taken as an example, and then it says that Tsongkhapa is all these three the protectors of the lineages. This is now the meaning of this the Mixema from the point of view of external interpretations. And the imagining and thinking, externally, the Tsongkhapa is all these three protectors of lineage, and then if we make this request, and then we are requesting to Tsongkhapa from the point of view of external method of the having the similarities.
That drivers who call Yamar, Kutu Yamare, then have I some minutes of it in Jerry's city. Miba maybe so, Mimela maybe Nijiri, that Nijis from the emotion who were Yavuchana, Mime la maybe Niji, so what should be Terichimbo, so I tell some Nijiri, so was the Nijira, Niji Terichimbo and Temati, Jerry's Sumba Sandi, Sumba Sam Haze. Jerry is the Zero Casser, the German, Yoguris, Chishum, Yamari, Jerry is the Zero Chishum Casey. Jabe and the chamber should judge no Casey. Some of that was the total Novoka Serio. Or tell him a Machum, Mashimachi, Jerusalem, years, or the years, and so at them, the veterana. Now you need to do when you saw the was. Resume over the Yabi Unity, Jerusalem, Denver in Sun, so that the things
And the next is that requesting, the making request to Tsongkhapa from the point of view of internal or inner, the possessing good qualities. The way we should make request to Tsongkhapa in this way is as follows. And Avalokiteshvara possess this great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehendable. And in a similar way, the Tsongkhapa possess the great the treasure of compassion, exactly the same as the Avalokiteshvara. And in general, there are three types of compassion, and if possible, we need to know all these three. Out of these three, the one is the compassion observing unapprehendable, and think that just as Tsongkhapa possess all the good qualities of compassion as Avalokiteshvara does, in a similar way, Tsongkhapa possess all the standless knowledge or wisdom as Manjushri possess, and also just as the Lord of Secret or Vajrapani possess such power, and in a similar way, Tsongkhapa also possess such the power.
Sanje tham je chochu sanje tham je ge be niji chimbu de ji de ranzu jerese ani nazu be je ma tu be ni men ju so me na ba chen ma chen yo ken de yerum chi da da ani yerum jerese ranzu son da ma so ge shi sha yo ma yerum jerese me na ba de ge shi ne bu su de chen yo ba de yerum chi ranzu na sa da mo chi ba chen sang
And the next is now requesting to the Tsongkhapa regarding him as a deity, inseparable from the requesting to Tsongkhapa that he's inseparable from the deities. And not only that, not only that Tsongkhapa possess this the great treasure of compassion, and but he himself is the emanation or embodiment of the compassion of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. At this, in this degenerate time, the Avalokiteshvara appeared in the form of human being. So it is Tsongkhapa who is appeared as human being from the Avalokiteshvara.
Choju Sanje Tam Jegi, Chenwei Yuan Dendi, Jidu Duni, Yela Hai Nabachin to Shayong, Javeya. Javeya may Nabachin to Shayong and Jermuchi. Shana Jermuchi and Javeya, Chivare, Tam Hochi in the Sanje Tam Jegi, Chenwei Razui, Samaruchi. And the Janani, the Chivare now. That's Sara Dabu, the Choju Sanje Tam, Tudo Never Razuri. Todo never ranzu sala dabu me na ba chen chen yong pen de jeru shi e da jeru shi de sanje ta ji todo never ranzu sala dabu da mo ji yin sa ji wo yin sa ba chen sa lu te dong de ni so de na yen de ni sa ba sa ba sa dong mo yi me bu ni so de ba ten du go yo.
And also the wisdom or the knowledge of all Buddhas of the 10 directions appeared in the form of the deity known as the Manjushri, and the Manjushri appeared in the form of human being, and it is Tsongkhapa who is now who is the Manjushri in a human form. So one should regard Tsongkhapa and Manjushri are the same the essence, and also the Buddhas, the power and the strength of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions appeared in the form of a deity known as a Vajrapani, and And then this Vajrapani appeared in the form of a human being in this degenerate time. So it is now Jetsankapa who is then the human emanation of Vajrapani, and then in this way, then one should regard that Vajrapani and Jetsankapa are of the same the essence. And with this, the understanding, if we make a request, and then we are making a request to Jetsankapa regarding him inseparable from the deities.
Chana doji so sanje tam jegi chenzi no sun chena, kunzu sanje tam jegi chenpa da zo no do sun yinza, choji no sanje tam jegi toji jiba rebiri was, boba de chona, de rebiri esi da, sanje tam jegi toji jigi yinsa.
And question may arise that if in Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri and Vajrapani are the embodiment of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, compassion, wisdom, and strength and power, respectively, and are they all of the same continuum? Then the answer to this question would be the mental continuum of all the Buddhas are the same. And when we recite in a Mane or Mane Padme Hum at the end, then we dedicate like this to the power of this virtue. May I become the Avalokiteshvara, and may I then lead all sentient beings to that stage of Avalokiteshvarahood without the missing one. So if we achieve the chandrasic Avalokiteshvarahood, then we have achieved also enlightenment. And likewise, when we recite in Yametaka and so on, Yametaka we say, through the power of this virtue, may I become a Yametaka, and may I lead all sentient beings to that stage of Yametaka. May I lead all sentient beings to that Yametaka stage without an exception. And also when we do other Guru Yoga practice and so forth, we say, through the power of this virtue, may I become a Vajradhara, and then may I lead all sentient beings to that stage of Vajradhara without exception. So even if we practice the different deities, but if we become an enlightened being, and then the enlightened, so mental continuum of all the Buddhas also become the same. When we become a Buddha, we not become different from the other Buddhas from the point of view of the continuation.
Today, Jeremy Sanje Taji Juba, Java Umbuto Leya, Madavi Shikana, Samadori Tiwatan, some moment of baby is Kenya Tondi, and Sanje Tamji, Churning, Shimo, Siakamala, Dora, Cho Tamji, Mido, Churang Monodo, which we see as Renando. The Pugumara, Koran, so the Dora don't be the vessel. There are the Jedi, the vessel. In Gujarat, in the Goya, DJ number, red and they look at Leo. Pena Sanjay Jonet, the sound of the Jews, so can Sanjay Jonet, Dodge position. So, such a go to some of the solid Dodge and Param Jewelry. Jotani, long has on shame, Bang, Jodabanivana, Chidu Cheba Bunga, Nyamba, Kaza Nyambunga, and children as you shake him, and your yakin, Korean, share with Trudy and my son. Atana, Television Madana, a Sanjay Jew, Sonsa, and Marazu Sanjay Maive, and the Jaji Junior, Tada, no, Lovio, no room. Not the Morumba is a Jig. Kazachi, you choose the Sonjana, Sinjin Marazu, which is so, Kolo Shada, Tanda, San Shingamara, and the sound of the Jew Sumba Godi, the Jew Kovich, Goma temperature, the Chanchu Simba Sanji Maimers. Chanchu Simba Severe. So sound of the Sajin, that could never your mother, Gishinian Dogo, Berlin, Sound of Saju, the Tree to the Lord, where Judico Jawin is a Pamachim Saju Liu Chusun the Logre, Saju Liu Chobjeo, Children to Saju, Liu Jojo, Jewish Mary. Chesa children, Chusun to Sol Never, the son sources, and the woman is loving salt is on the Jaja. So I don't go to my son, dig it out to my son, and then judge him, Shirai, or dig it out to a chick, so many chances goes on in the channel to Rebadi. There is a problem with someone now, Shanky. Dig it out to the shouldn't judge him. Yore, Masunga go to the Tamu, Sanji, Cortusun, Duvali, Chief Son, Chimbur, Changi Love you, Savati, Nazu, Conti. Several last week with the Shiva Conchine, Sociology, Son, the thing is, the Chimbur study to never be a sudden maybe Chimboji drew. And church is so young ago, you will see Jay so on the junction of Chimbuska, Mabuga Suriname. Taking ever song from somebody. Relative, and also some of the cause of the Salon to chair and Sunday, she don't tell you the Saturday Jim to the Yoda. Today, the singing about some junction of Halle, they gave it Suriname. And Sanjay to one was it in Gava alone, and the alone. Alone, because we are sure that the she will cook that according to the red and singing about the song walker as sure. Singing about my see the dodgy serious. Then the engineer days and goes to now today the Maran's changing on the solo each other. Then the Maran's ready and joined the bed chair and similar choir may do changing or no so. And then I was such Jimbo to Uncle Thomas over just near me sure Uncle's having Joto, the Varan, Jew the Sundu, Deutschambu Jew the Sonne, Saju. Saju, Jovachi the Son is a Jew Chimadela, Saju, Jew Chimani, Sonte Chi the Songu. The other Jews, that they look all the share which Gishi so Gopara the Babu, we have a case you could yata, going machine. Today, some of the shoes in how you can go with Jidan and Yongu. Tishen, I'm going to be out and simply share and make it Yoma. Jidana, the Gomu Shay. Teremado, Tena Erosion, Sanya Shuma from Karche, CJ Kanzi, Kaduri Shay to you, Kaduri Nosa, Gobashi Armado, Children, Bebe Sana Yoma. Near call Katam Neva Iza, Chisun Jan Colote, Maiva Joja Jerumado, Peto Yoma.
And another question may arise. About this the teachings and that if is then when we said before that Tsongkhapa when he was the Bodhisattva at the time of Buddha called Angvedog, and then he made a promise and he pledged that in the January time. And then the Tsongkhapa will maintain the Sikramanta teachings and then the midway view of the emptiness. And one Tsongkhapa, when at that time is not known as Tsongkhapa, but anyway, one of his former lives made this promise to do so. And then the Buddhas and the Bodhisattva was very pleased about his the pledge, and then they throw him the flowers and saying, "May your wishes be fulfilled." And then if someone asks and also Buddhas of the 10 directions and other Bodhisattvas are praised to Je Tsongkhapa how courageous he was, because he promised to help in beings in the degenerating time and to maintain the Buddha's teachings. And then if someone may ask, is then that even the Buddhas were the same in the continuum, and then why these these all Buddhas were praising to Je Tsongkhapa? Is there any is it all right for the Bodhisattva Buddhas to praise themselves? And this question may arise, but answer to this question is that in order to those Je Tsongkhapa and the Buddhas of the 10 directions of the semi-continuum, but they didn't praise and onto the Je Tsongkhapa's body, and because his courage, because for the benefit of the other sentient beings, and they have to from the there were no ordinary beings who cannot understand the Buddha's teaching, and there were no ordinary beings who can develop such a mental strength. So the Buddhas themselves were emanate and such had emanate the person, and then let him to develop such to develop this the promise. If the Buddhas are not emanate such a being and didn't make any promise, then the ordinary beings cannot hear the teachings, and so and that's why I said a few days ago that Vajradhara, when he was when he stated his the Tantra, known as the Tantra on 2 investigations, and when he was giving the teaching, he said that it is I who expounded these teachings. It is I who is listening to the teaching. It is I who is the Dharma of this teaching. So all of these things are the emanation of Vajradhara himself, and they were not. The Buddhas had to manifest these the beings in order to help for others indirectly, and if and the reason they had to do this is because they are not ordinary beings who are capable of understanding understanding these the teachings, and also when the Vajradhara gave teachings on Guya Samaja Tantra, and then he himself manifests Bodhisattvas such as Samanthabhadra and so forth, who to listen to his the teachings. And some of the Bodhisattvas pretend that they couldn't understand some of the tantric teachings, such as transforming desires attachment into the path, and then hearing all these words, and then they were offended and became unconscious, and then while they were in unconscious, then Buddha sent a light, and the lights were reached onto these Bodhisattvas, and then they awake, and then the Buddha blessed them in order to understand these more these teachings. And then the Bodhisattva asked, what about what are these words? And then Vajradhara said, these words are Vajra words, or indestructible Dharma word you couldn't understand well. So and also at that time there were not any of the ordinary beings who can receive these the teachings, because these teachings are very profound, and it needs very sharp the intelligence. So that's why the Buddhas had to emanate the Bodhisattvas, and then through the Bodhisattvas, and then the ordinary beings can understand about his teachings. And there are the 13 chapters for the Guya Samaja Tantra. Maybe you don't recite this Guya Samaja root Tantra. If we recite this Guya Samaja root Tantra, it will be very beneficial, because it is the king of the Tantra. And actually there are 14 chapters, but the last chapter is not recited, but only the first 13 chapters. And if I have to explain about this Guya Samaja, then it is very difficult. It's very difficult to know about these Guya Samajas. Even we learned in the geshes, we get a headache through receiving this the Guya Samaj and the teachings. So in order to receive these the teachings on like say this technical the tantras, and then the one needs and have enough merit, and without merit, and fortunately one is not able to receive these teachings. And we say that Tantra or secret mantra is rare. The teaching itself is not rare. Buddhas of the 10 directions are ready to present, to offer these teachings to us. But the reason it is secret mantra is rare is that there are a few the beings who can understand these topics on the secret mantra, but not because the secret mantra is very weak. And so even if Buddhas are ready to give these teachings on secret mantra, but there aren't enough fortunate or very ripened and matured disciples. That's why we say secret mantra is rarer than Buddhas. And the Buddhas underwent from their side many difficulties in order to teach and reveal the mantras or and other the teachings at one time, and then one the bhikshu that came to receive the teachings on the six syllable letters of Manipema Hun, and then Buddha recommended him to go to another the teacher. He was who was disturbed, and then Buddha said you should go to receive his transmission or the teachings on Manipema Hun from him, and offer him this rosary or mala made of the pearl, but you shouldn't be we shouldn't go there with a faithless and a mind, but with a faith you should go there and receive these teachings on these six and the syllable letters of Manipema Hun, as Buddha advised him to go there. And then that person and they went to that teacher and received this the transmission or teachings of the six syllable letters. And then he and that another teacher sent one flower to offer to the Buddha, and then that man come back with that flower and approached the Buddha, and then and the Buddha asked the bhikshu, "Oh, the great being, have you fulfilled your wishes?" And then Buddha Buddha, and then he said, yes, he had received this, the transmission, and then Buddha said, then he will also then give the transmission and teachings on these six the syllable letters, and he gave this on teachings. And at the beginning of this also the world system, and then human beings even couldn't understand about these six syllable letters Om Mani Padme Hum. And even at that time, the Buddhas had Buddha manifest as a fly who has wings to fly in the sky. And then when the children were playing in the garden, and then these emanated flies, when they fly from flower into another flower, and then they flew in the space from one flower to another with the sound of Om, with that. And then he jumped and flew from one flower to another flower with Om, and in this way, and then the emanated flower, so emanated in a fly, and taught the Om Mani Padme Hum to those the children. And also when Buddhism first came flourished in Tibet, even the Tibetans found it very difficult to learn this word like Namo Buddhaya. They found it extremely difficult how to repeat it.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya, they love it, San love to Matubaja, Namo Pamaya, Namo Lama Joseph, Pamaya Joseph, Pamaya Tatamus, Chatsel Joe, Lama Chatselos, Lojo, Uza, Pamaya Tatamus, Chatsel Single, Tatamus. Dana, Namo Buddha, Namo, what's the love Matuba, change to change by 2 pounds. The word was a show. And
when the Guru Pema Sampawa came to Tibet to promote Buddhism in there, and then also Pema Sampawa recommended the king that Tibet themselves should stand up to maintain and learn the Buddhism, and also reading and so forth. And then the king collected had selected the 5 or 6 the intelligent Tibetans, and then the king Tsem Rinpoche and Guru Pema Sampawa taught, and the taught is Namo Guru, Namo Buddha, Namo Dhamma, Namo Sanghaya, and then the Tibetans, these young Tibetans couldn't follow and repeat these Sanskrit words like Namo Buddhaya and Namo Dhammaya, and they said for Namo Dhammaya what Dham or something. Anyway, I forgot it, and they said something different. And then for Chaksalu, Namala Chaksalu, they said they couldn't repeat this Chaksalu. They said no, Tatama. Instead of saying Chaksalu, they said Tatama. And for Dhammaya, Namo Dhammaya said Namo Pamaya. They repeat like that. So and then King Tsem Rinpoche was very disheartened and depressed of the understanding of young Tibetans, and he cried. And while he was crying, Pema Sampawa was smiling and laughing at it.
Ali, both the young and those that's a challenge to go to Kadia with the little and the videos. You have to say this as some Julia Serachi. And Langa, she the Pedi Langa Kala, which is so much Kalma Daddy.
And then Pema Sampawa asked King Tsem Rinpoche, now you should keep up hope for these young Tibetans, but try to find more intelligent and sharp the Tibetans. And then King Tsem Rinpoche went to Zhang, and then in there he found one child or one boy who was looking from a high cliff.
And then Buddha Charan non Kawai Bacho, Misson Kawai Masori,
And king asked the boy, where are you from? Which is your the family? And he said, my family is from King.
And I
came from the king, which actually means my family is in a home or house. And then the king said, will you not prostrate to me? And the boy replied, I don't know how to make a prostration. And then the boy again asked him, if you teach me how to make prostrations, then I will do it.
And
then the king taught how to make prostrations, and then the child, the king did some kind of prostration, and having finished that, and then the child said, now you made a prostration to me, now I will make a prostration to you.
That's not the gross pattern.
And then say, we should go to your home and where's your father? Whose child are you? I'm a child of a mother, replied by this boy. Where's your father and my I see. My father went to seek for these communications. Where did your mother go? My mother went to. Later on, his father returned to home with the chunk, and then chunk or alcohol, and then that alcohol was then big expressive for the father. And then a mother came, and then it was dark, and then she went to search for a light in a lamp, and then went to seek oil, an oil, and then she lit the light. So that's the light that the mother was looking for. And then the king sent this child and another two children or two young Tibetans to India to learn Buddhism and Sanskrit and so forth. And then later on, it is the child who was a bit expressive was Verachana. And he's also the friends. These also became very learned and highly respected scholars. And his friend later missed, felt homesick, and then he wanted to see his parents in Tibet. And then his friend Verachana told him to stay a couple of days, but he said he felt no. And he felt homesick, and then he went to Tibet, and then Verachana stayed for more the days. More the years to be with his the teacher.
Ruba Jagar is other Guzuchi Tuber, young, Korani Chalayon, and Gunda Chile, Drew Jiva, Drew Chimushi, Yungu, the Wotation, which is a Kaja Yungu, Sada Shin Judge Yungu. They couldn't you who saw it. Rubani Huyomari, couldn't you put the Suki, Korani Guzu Media. So do the little Sajavar.
And then the teacher of lecture, who was a young Tibetan, and told gave one kilaya or this draka, and then said if you on the way, and then when you should keep this kilaya or draka with your body, and the night time when you sleep, then you should leave and this draka or kilaya next to your head. And then the lecturer returned to the Tibet with his friend, and on the way, the one night the one in the poisonous the snake came, which even destroys trees and the grass and so forth. And then while the lecturer was sleeping, and his friend was not sleeping, and then the lecturer, the friend of the lecturer, took the kilaya, which is put on the head of the lecturer, onto his head.
Well, then we purchase in the purchase in the order, and then you want to some young children, about the Sunagi Menju, Bajes or Jajan, to Jim Tamito. Perma Bishop, Demishos, Perjero, Sajam Sarum Bishop. To them, the Rupi drawings are Perma the Shin on the Pivores, the Shin Mayati, Chimashadachi, Shin Kango Chimers.
And then the lecturer was killed on the way by that poisonous snake, and this was also a big obstacle to the two Tibetans. It was a big obstacle for the Tibetans in order to promote Buddha Dharma at that time. So for the Dharma, in order to flourish the Dharma, there are many obstacles, and also Pema Sambal. Later on, the Beruchana was expelled from the country of Tibet, and it is said, as a result of that, and then that even Tibet is full of cattle but no trees. All in the trees went with then Beruchana from Tibet.
Another seven she do not do. She is Sarumaje. And then Divarania is a tona the Jew. Divarania is Sarumaje. Or the never drew betona, drew Shadakaja Saruma Jew. Drew the Sarumaje which the nature is putting out from your control chance of the Suji Mazar.
And the Beruchana. And the Beruchana was then was put in a hole, and they wanted to be killed the Beruchana by these scorpions and other the wild the animals. But because the Beruchana was a great realized being, he was unable to be attacked and killed by these wild the disturbed and animals. And the friend of Beruchana, who was killed on the way to Tibet by a poisonous snake, was reborn as the princess of a king, where the Beruchana was actually put in a hole. So it was due to the karmic link. So then both the Beruchana and the next the reincarnation of his friend Lectu was born in the same region.
단지 지역 한번 낼라마리 야전으로 지수제 야전 무동난데 한코라니 라마 보여니 유는 안 라메 추송 차로나 때마다 안 그래도 쉬우지 다르게 이게.
And it is not at Tsawarong where the Vairochana was expelled from the center of Tibet, and then the reincarnation of Lector, who was the friend of Vairochana, heard the voice of this voice of his previous friend Vairochana, and then he listened to it, and then he heard the pujas that were taught, reciting some of the prayers that were also recited at the center when they were friends, and then the prince asked, you should now let to escape that the man and from that hole, and then he checked and he discovered through his the miracle powers he remembered that the person who was in the hall was this Lama, and Lama who was with him in India, and then later on this Vairochana, and then the prince who was the friend of Vairochana also promoted the Buddhism in Tsawarong very widely. And then in they sent a letter from central part of Tibet to Vairochana, saying please come back to the central part of Tibet. And then later on both Vairochana and the prince returned to the central of Tibet. And on the way, on one night, they couldn't find any in the shelters to stay, so they had to stay in a cow in a shed, the house where they put the cows. And while they were there, then one in the old men came, saying, "Where are you two going?" And then they replied, and what for? In Tsawarong, Buddhism is flourishing. Buddhism is flourishing very wide and extensively. So what is the point then going to the center of Tibet? And then the old man said, and now there is one of the great practitioner or realized being known as Vairochana, who was expelled from the central of Tibet. Now and this Vairochana, the great master, is caused to promote Buddhism very widely in Tsawarong, and that's why many people came to see him. And then Vairochana, who was there, also said, "I am Vairochana." And then old man said, "Oh, what wonderful!" And then he said, "I didn't know that you're Vairochana." And then the old man treated him as much as good as he can. He laid down some grasses to where Vairochana can see, and then he served a kind of porridge or noodles to Vairochana.
Anyway, me gata bitchen tanga mashikon la suda chibe chiram birzana in edin jeji jumores and for tubajile priya yo mare de tanga gebo kai shing me mal chu je labro chi chen cha che an birlage the chu chi nyonu chi labre de ya chi ani pe me ge chu de de ne an loji dewa ai de de me ge be tongore me ge tong be phomu jali su shi ne ro yo mare Kulu beti yeni tabakaji shingasu no sundore.
And then an old man said, I was very glad to see you in Vairocana before my death. Now, before my death, I want to receive some Dharma teaching. Would you then kindly give some Dharma teachings? And then Vairocana gave a very little Dharma the teachings, and then he practiced that little teaching that he had received, and after 2 years receiving the teachings, then the old man died, and then old man's body disappeared in the rainbow, and in this way, then old man the visit pure and space enjoyment.
Hey, brother, pay, but Shida could be very Maji shall do ya touch your chair already,
and then the finally Vairocana reached the central of Tibet, and Tibetans also having a great respect to Vairocana at sometimes so they cause a little bit of problems for him.
You will learn over the trone. The nether Javalan and you will have on Mavatum, Tamala Nurse, Tanzas, Juvu, the never Tamala Pendry, Mamu, already choosing at Zachimu. Really, the Shida man with the Chudi Shida given Jumato, choose the Pendry Mamu and the Mamu, they don't choose in the Shida Kabu.
And Bodhisattvas and the Bodhisattvas sometimes they appear in the form of the kings and the Maras. Also they make their prayers to maybe to destroy maybe Dharma teaching and so forth. So as a result, maybe their prayers they are reborn as the ministers of the kings, and the ministers influence the kings, and then kings actually don't have any powers. So in this way, wherever the Dharma is more fertile and more healthy, then there are the more this kind of demonic the interferences. And I'm explaining at the moment about the reality of meeting the Dharma. If we see the reality and the difficulty of finding the Dharma, and then we may see the value of the Dharma, and we may put in some effort. And now this Mikzema is very content. There is no one who can actually practice this Mikzema. So I will now teach you how to recite this in Mikzema.
The Gadela Jamata, Yala Dumbu, Divasha, Yala Dum, Sosa, Dijum Yatachi, Yordan, this house of Mereji Pu, Mereji Dukayan Pu. That Jobu Chonum, Kungu Dunu Meretalia, Tenchimusungu Soda, Tenchimusungu Soda, but Lamacho New York, even the Rio, Mayamasuvi. Tenchimusungu Sosa, Rala, Jobu should tell us how much. Some Majaba to Yamare, Dadama. Masiya Tamje, Shinya Group, Magu and the Zodi, Naja Tosung, Nina Tamu, Changelo, Lona Tadam, Gabri Changelo to Suez, and that chicken. Maraz Tadu, Go Shinya Tesu, Yoshinya, Magu, but Doshi chicken. That the name so much bad. Landry Magical Magu, Lotella Mariba Coin, but the San Yagala, Nina Tamuchi, Depon Sasson, the Kangapon Sari, Kangasandori. Or tea Paru Moya going, but I never tell you no Shinela Maruba and Zul and what it is. She Nina Tamu, Sandia Alava, which at the Paru Maimbe, Salo Maimba, Pache Medu, someone never Zuru, she is saying, so I cheat up, and I cheat it to the show.
And the way we should, the orders of the practicing this Mikzema is that first of all, we should recite in this the hundreds of the deities of the land of joy, which combines both the accumulation of merit and purifications of non-virtues. And then we should offer a mandala. It can be long or short. having offered the mandala, and then we should make a request in order to achieve three great meanings. First is that we should make a request to the objects of refuge to avert or to free from all the negative thoughts, include all the negative thoughts, all the way from not paying any disrespect or not properly relying on the spiritual guide, up to and included the subtle and dualistic appearances just prior to the Buddhahood. And firstly, has very great meaning, and the question to achieve first great meaning has short words, but it contains a lot of information there. What we said is, please empower me with your blessings unto me and all the mother sentient beings to free from all the negative the thoughts, all the way from not relying on the spiritual guide properly, up to and included the subtle dualistic appearances. And one should also imagine that all the mother sentient beings are surrounded to oneself, and then think also there too making this request.
That's it. Melova Sonjugo Baji, changing Malo, Lona Tada, the Lado Jula, Chiva, changing of the Suyus. That she near the Kuya, Chavagation, Tambanism, some Majavi Bagate, Goya Kangare, or the Kangolo Jula, Chiva, changing of the Suyus, and that's it.
And the second and the great meaning of the three great meanings is that please empower me with your blessings unto me and all the mother sentient beings in order to achieve all the positive and wholesome thoughts, all the way from in a way to rely on spiritual guide properly up to the union of the Buddhahood. And next is that the third great meaning is that please empower me with your blessings in order to free from the external, external and internal interferences. And when we are in the Dharma, and especially when we are doing the Dharma practice, we may meet the external the interferences, such as the situations of the country where one resides, and also that the leaders of the country and parents rejecting not allowing to practicing Dharma, meeting kind of even friends, giving the contradictory the advice, and afflicting the disease such as possessed by spirits and so forth. If we do meet all this, and then these are all then the external the interferences. And also we may experience the internal the interferences while practicing Dharma. The internal interferences can be the physical interferences and mental interferences. As far as physical interference is concerned, and that there is an imbalance in the elements of the body, and developing the disease and different elements such as fever and cold, influenza, and so forth. If we have these physical disorders, these two are our external interference to the Dharma practice, and also we do have mental the interferences such as developing anger. And if we are angry, then we are under the control of that. So if we are in that the situation, and then we cannot practice Dharma properly. So all these are then the internal internal the interferences. So we should then make requests to be able to free from these external and internal obstacles. So in the conclusion, and then there are there is nothing is missed in order to make request and to be blessed, other than these three that were mentioned. And if possible, recite these requests 7 times, if not so 3 times, if not one. And having finished this 1 or 3 times, and then we should say Idam Guru Rana Mandalakam, and then we should collect our mandala base.
That is all the Java only channel only channel Chernani, and Chishan and Mirror Chisoma Sage, now you need to saw Labeladon, even when you saw the Soja Samache. Teach you in a television and Mirror channel Chimbuchi. Teach you in a Injimiji Chishon and Sume. Chene Yonu to send the Salmere Pusasona, and then Jerbo Chige the Chiosam Jamea Chiruche, he told and Jayan Ruche, he told and Jayan Sonruche, Jamea Chigitual, Chiche, Sonzache, Javel Cheresio, Cheres Chashiba, they told Cheres Doji Chani Javachio, they told Cheres Jajaso, Yongi Penchi, Bekudo Mavishiva, this Sonzache. Jeruji Togalia, Benny told Chana to Yorba to 자진 제대로 순주로 용화 찬나도지 첼로기 찬나도지 고도 고고 도지 캐되겠지. 대 도발라 찬나도지 오늘 동부 중화 생연데 인주다 가나래. 근데데 내가 총요 총만 지요. 자총 데레지게 동부 중화가 도갈이야 찬나 콜충 자도 콜충 무슨 애들 용요 편실에 차 주요. 요나 체도 주는 차 셴의 주지 차비스 셔월의 내대게지요. 서 데레레티 라메 지난 상송사 사와들라메 나오데 내주주 체디 자루 체버스 자주체. 데레지 송자 여버도 상도 대단한 이거 말. 나는 망이네 그래서 코로나한테 한 것이 수가 계시 듣는 비율이.
And unless we spend much on the on the meditation, otherwise the recitation itself is not very long, because first of all we should do we should take refuge in generating a bodhicitta, and then we should recite these hundreds of the deities of the land of joy, and then offer the mandala. And after the mandala, and then we should make this request of achieving 3 great meanings. Then say Idam Guru Rana Mandalakam, and if possible, or if you like, and then you should do this receive empowering the blessings through 4 empowerments. The way we should do this is that like this, and we visualize the Sankapa in the space before us, on the crown of the Tsongkhapa and on the crown channel wheel, we visualize what Manjushri, and at his the heart, and then we should visualize and then and then we should visualize the external the Manjushri, and then internal Manjushri at the heart of Manjushri, and then at the throat we should then we have already visualized Avalokiteshvara, four-armed Avalokiteshvara. At his heart we should then visualize two-armed Avalokiteshvara, which is internal, and then we should visualize in the secret. Then we should visualize in the secret, the Avalokiteshvara. And we should visualize this external and internal and secret in Manjushris. So if you don't know how to do it, please consult with the Geshe-la. And then at the heart, at the throat, we should visualize with Avalokiteshvara, and then first four-armed Avalokiteshvara, then two-armed Avalokiteshvara, then Avalokiteshvara, the Jan Samudra with a concert, Javajasu, and then at the heart, and then we visualize at the heart of Tsongkhapa, we have already visualized Vajrapani, and holding the Vajra and having a threatening mudra, and at his heart, then we should visualize another Vajrapani known as Chakto. Another Vajrapani looks the same, except that this Vajrapani has some Garudas on his bodies, and next at his heart, then we should visualize another Vajrapani known as Mahachakra Vajrapani, and this Mahachakra Vajrapani has then a concert, and also this Mahachakra Vajrapani is taking a snake in his mouth.
Oh yeah. Jayachina Sonso Malaysia. Kangalo Peshi Lame, in a Zavi Zoom, Jayantla, Arabazana, Chianani, Yoi Jumari. The man Yoya Jemaki. Mato Jerry China Sonso, Chaju, and Judy, Latin Chirusi. Jerry is the government charge of Chaju. Naju Journey Yoga to Nauru Sigri. Doji choose a body with Happy Taylor. Could see Juru Jume, Doji choosing a Jew, Tuchu Karma, Kama Chaye, Chayongi, Medo over the Tawas Zema, Yeti Medo Kachi and Zeba Saint Nature. Kiri. Davana Sandu said, Lamiju in the Cherry and Little Cherry is a Lamiju, Cherry is Georgia Sumato, Shasta, Yoda Yuri, Aline, Cherry is Georgia, Georgia Sukuno, Mama, Saishi, Saishi. And this four-armed and four-armed generosity is belong to this action in the Tantra, and there's another Avalokiteshvara known as Vajradharma, and this belongs to the Yoga Tantra, and then Jnana Samudra Avalokiteshvara is Genesis Javajasu, is then the highest Yoga Tantra, and the next one is the Vajrapani, just holding the Vajra and having the threatening mudra is the action Tantra, and then another Vajrapani known as
Tumujumbu is then the Yoga Tantra, and then Mahachakra Vajrapani is the highest Yoga Tantra. Jetsongkhapa and did recite, this. Jetsongkhapa did recite the sadhana of the Mahachakra, this Vajrapani.
Songkhapa Kangla Chunju Buddha and Chuji the Lulu Shampoo Shoy Miro, Chuji Chado Korcheng on Shur Leruton, then Zomba Nimura Daju Cheju.
And Tsongkhapa received the empowerment of this chakra, Mahachakra and Vajrapani from his, the master Tsem Rinpoche, and then he did, the approximation and the long retreat of this Mahachakra Vajrapani, and since then he didn't miss, to do self-entry in the practices of this, Mahachakra Vajrapani.
Kendari Tomo Sena Tomo Maima Sena, that you don't matter there. Remato, Jayam Good, some don't Jim Hema, you have a Keshari. Chival and Jayam Simasunzi, Remal and Jayam Simasunzi, Toval Jayam Simasunzi, Timizim and Alamari, Lamachi Kosuzi. That the last had it. You with the nose of Suji,
and there is also a system of visualizing the 9 Manjusharis. The 3 on the crown, and 3 at the throat, and 3 at the heart, not in Mizima, but in offering to the spiritual guide. But this the system is now is lost.
This is that's all the name. Never to the good. Don't which Sumba says, and Sumba says, going to do Sumba says, Peter Sumsa de Work on Gigi Kevin on the Jerry. Then they make it. Yawa Seja chicken on the children from the Demeke, Resumo, Konsumudi, Soma Jago Inza, Beogaji Kabanachinani, Rishija Rivene, the Kaba, and Jerumushi. Yawa said that Javanajin on the bed, and the Kaisure Niji, then the Demabati, Jersey, Queen Songudus. Yawa said that Javanajin, Jersey, Sewa Todo never saw that was a sort of swim never. The Ranaji, Perkanji, Kavanajina, Shijari, never on the cables. The Jedanichi was a summer swim never in bed. Mayabe, Cheranta, never on the cable, somebody, some visitor.
And we should now do this the practices of the parallel, also the poetry of similarities. I think just as just as Avalokiteshvara is the foremost deities who possess this great the compassion. In a similar way, among the wise and the realized beings and sages of the land of snow in Tibet, there wasn't like the master like Jetsongkhapa, who had such the great compassion, and likewise there isn't any deity like Manjushri who possess such a standards, wisdom, or knowledge. In a similar way, there isn't any the Tibetan sage realized being like the Jetsongkhapa, who had such wisdom of master understanding 5 the sciences, and also there isn't such a deity like Vajrapani, who has such a power and strength. In a similar way, there isn't the Tibetan masters like Jetsongkhapa, who had such this power of understanding the 5 these sciences, and in a similar way, may I become may I able to master and complete an understanding of the 5 sciences.
Sound the down, Canelo, love me, no to the Mimim Cherries. Timechim Omo Javea, the woman uses Sanada. Kajin Kebel Sujan Sumaba, the woman Junidi, Majunidi, Kajin Kebel Sujan Sumaba, Lusan Travesha, so Keva Longa in the Gunja, Chanadabacha, Chinchi, Low. To that sort of Jelamichu and Javea and Jukuli was it, this was a Gabu salt, Javea, Child, this was a Gabu boy. Radama Sija Tamji, Joan Shube, Lujugun Sabi, Dirijan, Koyan Lulashu, Bombe Wanto, Tukudu never judge on Samacha.
And while we are imagining this, then we should recite this the prayers and saying you are Tsongkhapa is an Avalokiteshvara, the great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehendable. You are Manjushri, the powerful one of the stainless knowledge, and you are in the Vajrapani, destroyer of all the horse and Mars. This line is option. So whether if we want to recite, we can recite. If you don't want to recite, we can leave it. Anyway, and the next is that Tsongkhapa, crowning ornament of the wise, from the land of snows, Loksantapa, at your feet. I'm making a request, and we need to add another 2 lines. May I able to achieve please empower me with your blessings to achieve all these the qualities, and then we should descend and fall white lights and white nectars from the heart of Manjushri, who's on the crown channel of Tsongkhapa, and then these white lights and white nectars they entering through your the body, and then your body is filled. And then you purify the physical negativities that you have committed, and then. Also you should imagine that it purifies negativities of yourself and all other sentient beings, and then it also plants the potential power of gaining nimanakaya emanation on the body.
So, Duzi said, Duzi water was a what, never more. Duzi gate, Ichigri. Zuku Jury. Rosé Chukuru, Sanji go to the Zuchuni board. Tavana Tando, 77 on the Zigi, and the Julu, Rosé, Rosé Julu, you was Zuchuni, Jury, so near that
and it's very necessary to visualize the white lights and white nectars. Nectar symbolize the elusive body, and the light also symbolize clear light. And then we should recite in the Mixima as we have done before. And the first time, then we should, the image first time when we recite, the second Mixima, and then we should visualize that the external, the Manjushri, that dissolved into your body, and then we should recite another Mixima at that time, and then we should visualize that the external, the Manjushri is dissolving, and then we should recite another Mixima at that time. The secret Manjushri is dissolving into ourselves. So altogether we have to recite 4 Miximas. And then we should make a request to the Tsongkhapa by means of the internal possessing the good qualities, saying you Tsongkhapa and possess all the compassion, possessed by Avalokiteshvara, and you Jetsankapa possess all the wisdom that were possessed by Mahashiri, and also you Jetsankapa possess all the strength and the power possessed by the Vajrapani, and then we should be making a request, whatever the understanding that you have, please empower me with your blessings to bestow unto me. And then we should recite this Miktsima, the 18 two lines again, and that please empower me with your blessings to become, to obtain all the please empower me with your blessings that whatever the attainments that you have achieved unto myself, and recite this the lines, and then we should visualize that from the heart of the Avalokiteshvara, who is at the throat of Jetsankapa, and it descends and falls into the red lights and red nectars, and these red lights and red nectars are entering through the throat of all the sentient beings, including oneself, and as a result of this dissolution, and then they purify all the verbal negativities of all sentient beings, including oneself, as a result of purifying the negativities. And then one should imagine that one has received a secret empowerment, and also one has received the empowering blessings of the speech of Jetsankapa, and also one should imagine one had planted the potential power of achieving enjoyment body or emanation body, this enjoyment body. And then we should recite another Miktsima, adding the two lines that we should insert, and then we should think that the secret, secret Avalokiteshvara, who is in the middle of this triple, the generosity, is dissolving into ourselves, and then we should visualize this the internal Avalokiteshvara, which is Dhamma Vajra. Vajra Dhamma is dissolving into ourselves, and then we should visualize the external Avalokiteshvara, who has four-armed, who's the four-armed Avalokiteshvara, is then dissolving into ourselves. So all and so all together we should and it is now the Jetsankapa who is the emanation of these the deities who have powered over all this wisdom, compassion, and knowledge, and Jetsankapa appeared all these the deities in the form of human beings, and then one should regard that that Rinpoche is inseparable from these the deities. And then we should recite Miktsima, that the 5 round prayer for request to Tsongkhapa. Plus, we should add 2 lines saying that please empower me with your blessings, and that empowering blessings that may I become the protector in the nature of the protector of the 3 lineages. And then through the power of requesting this Miktsima, and then I want you to descend and light the blue lights and blue blue nectars from the triple the Vajrapanis who are at the heart of the Tsongkhapa, and then this light reaches throughout the sentient beings, including oneself. And that because these blue lights and blue nectars are entered into all sentient beings, including myself, so we are now purifying all our negative actions committed out of our mind. And then one should visualize that one is receiving the empowered blessings of the body, speech, and mind unto all the sentient beings, including oneself. Among the four. And then one should recite one Miktsima, and then one should dissolve the secret, the Vajrapani, which is and that the Mahachakra in the Vajrapani. The Mahachakra and the Vajrapani. And then one should then dissolve Tumbukyun into one's the heart. And then one should recite another Miktsima, adding the 2 lines, and then one should visualize the external, the Vajrapani is dissolved into oneself. So now the protectors of the 3 lineages of the Guru, which is Tsongkhapa, is now dissolving oneself. Sorry, there was slight mistakes in the empowerment. The one where we said the secret empowerment should change into knowledge, wisdom, empowerment, and it plant the seed of achieving the achieve the potential power of achieving the resultant truth body of Dharmakaya. And now we have to make we should recite the 9th round of Miktsima in order to receive the 4th empowerment, world empowerment. According to answer Nyenki, if you recite the 9th round prayer of Miktsima, then we should say Shakyamuni Buddha, Vajradhara, the source of all attainments. And then Avalokiteshvara, the great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehendable, Manjushu, a powerful one of stainless knowledge, Vajrapani, destroyer of all the host of martyrs. Lobsang Tapa, the crown ornament of the wise from the land of snows. Guru in the Buddha, synthesis of all refuge. Respectively, I request you with my 3 doors. And next, please empower me with your blessings to ripen self and others. I request you to bestow supreme and common attainment. So we should recite this. And then, after reciting this 9-round prayer of Miktsema, and then we should descend a white light from the hearts of the Tsongkhapa and his 2 spiritual sons, and visualize this. The white light is as a hollow like the 2. And through the 3 lights, through the tubed lights, white lights, and then sends white lights into oneself. And through this yellow, it's a white, the light, we should visualize the nectars coming through this. In general, it says the white lights, but it's good to red yellow nectars through these white lights. And then these lights and the nectars descended from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and 2 spiritual sons, reached all in the mother sentient beings who are around oneself. And we can. This is a very good way of visualizing. If it was find difficult, and then we can visualize from the hearts of the Tsongkhapa and 2 spiritual sons, send the white, blue, and red lights together with the nectars, and reach these lights and nectars to all mother sentient around oneself, and then purifies all the negativities committed out of body, speech, and mind. And then I think that one has received the word empowerment among the 4 empowerments, and then it planted the potential power of reaching the union of the Vajrayana. And then one should recite Miktsema, Avalokiteshvara, beginning from Avalokiteshvara, great treasure of compassion, observing unapprehendable, about one complete round of a rosary.
Chebishir, Zervishir, Zumishir, Sumji, Dunri, the Dujri. The Dunjal Ruin and Chi Ruin and Duri. Chi Ruin, Chibu the Sandoton, Miss Bunny. Dunjal Ruin, Mahapu, Miss on Thursday, Yuzaji, the resident Gorzim to Yataji. What the Miba Pugi Jury. The next Robocho, that is Adi Shaggy in a shade doing Monzi. Did you was a Miba Po? Should I show with Nandi just and became more true more? That's charging a country Shana. Do you charging a country share then? Mr. Manga, Migo Mido, much soon. The Kajamachi. Chicken the Mare. She don't go with it. She shared how much she just came in. Then there and moved in the village, she also them on a Kaja, some shadow. Tajabo. Boom, Patariyani, Java. This Garo Santa, the minimum Garo Santa. No Santa Vishela, and those Kavade Bunja the body. And so are they seen the Tigre. Ordinary Tamaja would do. Mother Jot Sabu. Teacher took away Marela, the Kajamaire, and Ali Yushana. To join the air, Niba Chair de la Charging Tumo Channel, Yasser Sung Tubani was a couple of books in Sung. So the children they were young, Jews some of the shoe. Then I'm dizzy was a couple women was a job and the Rami region of the Baja, the Jew Tajishita, who's on 2 general shoes, somebody is around the jury.
And so at this point, it's very important to recite an Ixema. So whether we are going to omit this the mandala or the receive empowering blessings through for empowerments or not, but it is very important to recite the Ixema at this point after reciting the hundreds of the deities of the land of joy. And they are through reciting this Ixema, and then we can we can achieve the different levels and different levels of wisdom. First, we should try to eliminate this mistaken thoughts through reciting the Ixema, and then if we have time and convenient, we should then recite this Ixema in order to achieve these seven wisdoms, such as clear wisdom, profound wisdom, and great wisdom, and a quick wisdom, and wisdom for writing, wisdom for compose, so wisdom for writing, wisdom for debating, and wisdom for teaching. Yes, thank you. And wisdom for teaching, and this is a bit it takes the time to explain all this. And also there is another way of reciting reciting this Ixema in accordance with the Mahamudra, and that is also said to be very serious and sealed in the teachings. If we do this, it is said that if there's another way of reciting the Ixema, and that is a recited Ixema, and then spend a few the times to meditate, and then say at your feet I make request. If you do recite this 100,000 times, and then it is said we will receive the vision of Jetsongkhapa. It was granted by Giant Shepa guaranteed that if we do this practice, and then we will receive the vision of Jetsongkhapa. But we can't do this 100,000. Even we can't do 100 of this Ixema because we are very busy. But now there is a common practice of Ixema, that is that from the hearts of Jetsongkhapa and true spiritual sons, sense light and nectars, and then on the crown it turned into one, and then it turned into milky in color, and then it goes and enters through one's into one's crown of the head. Timon the charging.
Charging the Delayan, did it. Then Shua Naja Chia, Yakola Tum Mahimba China. Yes, from June. Did it. That is Shushani.
And then think that through the power of noticing these lights and nectars through one's crown, then it purified all the
As he Mishi to Mother to be such a Ramatilla, yes, Sonja Logo took on to see was a carbo Bogusung non was it on the Ramachi shoe. But then Lua is on the Diri Jammy, but choose Chenedi, my nature. Contrary in the middle of doing so Jerusalem Tuval and Jabe, she said. Jerusalem Tuval and Jabe. Jabe of Chaga ready to Sam the order. Ready to one race to Savat Tuval, similar to Rangan Wolf. Ready to soon, similar to religion of Sugan, this is Master Chanchu, Singer, and Jim to the boy. What did this Ramachu shoe? Jodma showed the coin, the religion not as coin. Toma Meva, the Sabbath Deva, the Tiva. How did you motion grow up Miguel to some Meva? Or the near Summit and near Massa Deva Miguel, Jeva. That's something in the Deva Saja Union also did Deva. Lucian as I said to me, Deva, Lula, you have a long trip again. Then it's our long trip against only. Long that trip against the Changambu, the Ocio. G toss on the loan and G toss on Chivan, G toss on Pegan and the Pegan and the TV stand. Or the days are long to begin somebody whichever you do, Sawa long to begin some two. Long to begin somebody that then and negative number, not so much. Or Dana Chase in the Jata chick, Jean Page in the Jata chick, you would say in the Jata chick, Koda Dutch in the Jata chicks and Erish. Or the regular Lula net and then Nasama Nasamana unit, Nato unit. Contrary to Lula Negris, you are the Tata, Nata, Chuseta, Telega Navachenama, Wobunita, Babu Puganma, Lurma, Savalman reaching the village.
And this the blessed way of the blessed practice of this Ikzama is that we should principally then visualize Jetsankapa and at his the heart, and then we should visualize Manjushri with the sword, and then this sword of Manjushri that is coming. And then it came through one's heart, and then
you are charging some of the nature of Jews. The other man is ready to cover no disappointment. This is my says. This is my says that Chansi, this is my support. Ramchiwood Marshall, and you know, Ali Nair going, but this name powers and then some of them. No Chelma, Tata, Nata, Chusela, so the number said Martin. And Jabe, you are my Marosal, you are what? This is never over. That is Queen Taylor.
And
Jiba Taylor, never Taylor, come again to Silva. You never did this around already. Never there would do, and then I did this my table.
And then Manjushri, who is usually hold a sword on the raising in the one of his right hand, and now at this point we should visualize that Manjushri's the sword is holding and handle is holding the handle at his the heart, and the tip of that sword reach on the crown of our head, and then through that the sword of Manjushri, and then we are receiving the lights and the nectars in red yellow in the color, And then because of receiving these red yellow lights and nectars through this sort of manjushri into our body, and think it purifies the old the negativities and all the disease and other the possessions of spirits. And even if we don't have this actual disease, but we will develop the disease. There are the 404 diseases principally caused by wind, bile, and flame. And then one should think that this the disease which are developed or which we develop in the future are now turned into the different substances, and they can they are now coming through this all the negativities, the disease and so forth are coming through filthy the substances through once the two lower doors and once the hair the pores.
Never checking out the Giri Rotajet, very Soja Truju, Hide, Louis, Samai, very Mawi, very Soja Truju, Tibet, Shenchama, Nan, Shindon Seattle. Don't get used to talk, you have a dick, and don't bother the Devara Sadavuta, the Juniata, Bavara, Jomu Seattle, the Bogan, Soja, Chunek, Soja. And
if they are in the various the possessions of spirits, and and think that these the possessions of various possessions of spirits now that they transformed are coming through our two lower doors and hair pores in the aspect of the different insects and animals. Some are in the form of snakes, some in the form of the frogs and other the animals.
Diva and Diva or so Diva Migo to some Diva Sasha or Nemani. I mean, Yomu was the Shija Diva, Yomu to the Shashina to Musia, and Yomu was Yomu, Yomu Toma, Meva, the Yomu to Sunga only Sajaba. Leng and Diva, Shija Diva, Yomuki Diva Saramo, Pashana Java, Sama Lobe, and Nabu, to a quarter, so their quarter. Go to that quarter, another quarter, the Nujama Martin, Tadoni, ne, did it somebody. Ne, going but not a choosing soda, don't going but the Socha with Navaji, did he going but the to go on Suku Navajan, Nandu, Ma, or we need a Palupuga, that Canadian Machilma turn, several months useful in Mibachi.
And all our negative and deluded thoughts, such as desires, attachment, anger, ignorance, and obscurations, true liberation and omniscience, were also coming through the two lower doors and our hair pores in the form of the blackish the liquids such as the coal, this chalk, this chalk, the aspects of the black lights, and then one should visualize all the diseases are coming in the form of the pus, blood, and other things, and then as possessions of spirits are coming in the form of the animals such as poisonous snakes, frogs, and so forth, and then the evils and this the negative thoughts and delusions and unwholesome actions are coming through once the two lower doors and hair pores in the aspect of this the smoky the colors in the liquid of like if we put let's say coal and chalk in the black chalk into the water and then that water turned into the black. So one should visualize all these negative thoughts are coming in the form of that the color.
인주 소고 마보 민저부 임발라 뭐도 랑고 보유 괜히 삼미게 사림보 고원이야 랑고 내 소도 우ite 사고서 가정 제대 여버지 미버지 랑게 내들이 가면 추제 그开나는 저들도 아코테 신다 저는 몸이 심 가마 좀네 많이 해대비 미버지긴 지루르기요.
And then one should visualize the Yama, the Lord of death, to 9 levels from this the ground, and think that the Yama is opening the mouth, and then he's in the form of his head is in the aspect of this cow, but in the form of human being, and then one should imagine that once all these possessions of spirits and negative thoughts and delusions and unwholesome actions and disease went into the opening mouth of the Yama or the Yama, the Lord of Death, and then think that he was very delighted and satisfied with those things that were entered into his mouth, and because he was is very satisfied with these substances, now he is lying down, and then think immediately, and he's sleeping and lying down, and then if you do this, and then this also becomes the practices of achieving a long lifespan.
사실 도저랑신도 비싸니만 야만도 삼매봐 차고 근데지를 조성을 삼바지 근데 내들이 조사를 루이베 신도 다세 당세 의지라니 시부야다보다 시리지 실로 잡아 망고 바바 시라도 시다 놓세 치세 놓세 용물도 때나서 라고 루이베 시부야다보다 디지 바샤도 디바 다시 장시다 루이 시부야다보다 의지 그런 소바 세상 순환도 공대고도 최소의 도주 단지 배신기에 유시고 여다보다 저 송송하지. 대만에 여기 늦은 주에 늦은 자신의 늦은 야 체용의 늦이야 뭐가 늦이다 康늦은 자신이 늦은 야康용도 근데 왜래 내가 체험이 제네 내가 체험이 제대로 그냥 체험이지 아 사버도 내가 자신 하다가 서라를 뭐지 또 받다가 지쳐서지게 yu meiji tuirongdo churusong samariwa chayani kusong tsuji chayano tojo yu meiji tuirongdo dadada tuirongdo churusong salari yi toba lamsu song yu toba yu chi chocho churusong samariwa mibati chayani tachi yagwa.
And then one should imagine now the surface of the ground where the disease and unwholesome actions of possession spirits went through the mouth of the Lord of Death is now closed and shut, and then think that is now that surface of the ground is now sealed by the cross, the double cross Navajra, and think now you have to stabilize this ground. And then I think that because now one had sent all one's disease and unwholesome actions and so forth, and then one's body is then transformed into transparent and clear, like crystal, the glasses, and which you can see things from which can see outside things from outside inside, and from outside you can see things that exist inside, and then one should imagine that the extra, the leftover is the nectar, which is the nectar of bodhicitta, the flow through one's body as a result of this, and then think that one's mind is is matured and ripened as a result of the ripening of one's the mind. And then think that then one is now about to achieve the realizations of a third definite living cycle existence, mind enlightenment, and wisdom understanding emptiness, and the two the stages of Tantra.
That you are Sunday Jabun Lama Nishu Jejudan today, Jeramato, Shida Yama, Shida do the Shudis, that's not your dogs in shape. 小别下天地道是要有呀，
And there is what we have now left is now the absorption of to make some request and absorption of the spiritual guide and how to achieve maybe the ascending wisdom and so forth. Maybe we will explain some of them tomorrow morning. Is our special sign to stop the teaching in the morning. And this mikzema is a good idea to be recited in this. So first of all, it is very important to develop wisdom, because most of you are doing the studies, and to do so, you need to recite like a mikzema. So mikzema is good idea to recite this mikzema in Tibetan. It sounds more powerful and pleasant. And the Tibetan, the words and Tibetan language is very rich, because the Tibetan, the language or the language was originally invented, founded by Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, who was encouraged by Manjushri. So in fact, all these were developed by Manjushri, and also compared to the Sanskrit, the languages and Tibetan languages is more accessible and more powerful. So if you do recite this mikzema, it will be very good to recite in Tibetan, and there is no, it is very just very short. It's like a mantra, so it's good to recite in this, this mikzema in Tibetan. Firstly, we should achieve wisdom, and then our the studies will be very successful. But strictly speaking, we need to achieve the long life span first, and then the wisdom, and having achieved this wisdom, then we can achieve the deities of wealth or resources. And this is also very important, because excuse me, without with the material resources, we can help others more widely. And if let's say Lama does not have material resources, and this way it is less than the benefit of his teachings. If the Lama is more wealthy or rich, and then it attracts a lot of the students. So we should also achieve all these in the sequence. No. precious Buddhahood for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. For this reason, I'm going to listen to his Dharma teachings. And now what follows is now the achievement of wisdom. And when we are visualizing in the Jetsong Kapha, we should also principally request him to achieve wisdom. And the reason we can make the special request to Jetsong Kapha to achieve wisdom is that in Jetsong Kapha is the synthesis of is the protectors of three lineage, and particularly he is the deity Manjushri. That's why we have to make a special request to achieve wisdom. And the wrathful, the Manjushri is now this is Yametaka, and there are the three the types of Yametaka, and the red are Yametaka, and the black Yametaka, and wrathful Yametaka.
Yametaka de la Suyo, Mananji Song, Shenji She Marichi, Shenji Jana, Shenji Suyo.
And there are three Yametakas. One is red, one is red, one is black, one is the Yametaka Verava.
Chidamba had to true day, the true Shira true day, the Sulu troll is true that the Nino Tamu do the troll.
These the deities are in the form of wrathful aspect. Who they are showing this wrathful aspect, they are exhibiting the wrathful aspects towards the subtle, the dualistic appearances. And if we eliminate and remove these subtle dualistic appearances, and then we are enlightened, and until we remove these subtle dualistic appearances, and then there's no way to achieve Buddhahood. So these three Yametakas are the destroyers of these the subtle and dualistic appearances. And all of these three the types of Yametakas are in the wrathful aspect, but this red Yametaka is slightly the wrathful, and then the black Yametaka is even more the wrathful than the red one, and then Yametaka Bhairava is even the more wrathful than the first two Yametakas. And when the other wrathful beings see the Vajra, this Yametaka, and then the other wrathful deities also drop the articles on from their hands because of the frightening of seeing the Yametaka. And the Yametaka is an opponent to Yama, the Lord, the Lord of the dead, and Yama has also many types.
or Ida given Shenji, or Chaka woman Chukuna, you may take Koran almost stupid.
And there are the external, the Yama, and Yamentaka had destroyed this external Yama, which is who is now residing in a house, in the iron house, which does not have any doors.
The non Shenji, Shenji Jarnandi, so Umadan Rujani can all long joy. Woman on the Jubati, Shenji to achieve. Rujani long just on the Susan, not of Jenny, call Cody. The woman on the Jews on the quality to Ruby. Nani Joe, Regan Langabe, Yevo Medensa, Nani Joas, Rujani Buddha, Rumala Nemeza, Jamal and the Reza Sigur, Woman the Rajanji Zasigur, Nani Joe, Nani Joe, long Joe, long the Rajan Land the Jew Nikawati.
And another way of destroying the Yama by Yamentaka is by means of bringing the winds which are flowing through the left and right in the channels, and the Yamentaka had destroyed the flowing the winds within the right and the left channels and brought the winds within the central channel known as Rahu, and the left and right in the channel is called the sun, and then the left the channel is called is moon, and Yamentaka had brought these two the winds which are flowing to the left and right channels into the central channel known as Rahu, and they destroyed all the appearances. So this is another way of destroying his opponents by Yamentaka.
Kung Jabe on the one Jabe in Samuba Mariba Niabure, Muba, Mariba to Hanky, so Mariba to Hanky, Sheriff, Jabe and Sheriff.
And Yamentaka is also the opponent to the ignorant in the minds, and so it is the wisdom which actually destroys this the mind of ignorance. So Yamentaka is a magician because he destroys this mind of ignorance.
Chi Shenji to Ken is around Chida Shenji to Ken Home. Chida Shenji Niamutu.
And also Yamentaka is an opponent to the external Yama, the Lord of the Dead.
Senju Muba Leju Shenji Ti Major Sherezu Jayang Asun. Senju Muba Leju Shenji Marasu Kwan Najoland, Lu Yawajalon, Lu Chida Shenji Toru, Shilu. Simden Yamuba Mariba Muba Jumne, Tabelan Zanumatu, Mariba Jumbi, Muba Jumba, Muba Mariba Jurava, Senju Muba, Leju Shenji is.
And it is said that when we take the birth in samsara and our the bodies are destroyed, who destroyed all these our physical bodies in samsara, then it is the Yama, the Lord of Death, that destroys all our physical bodies in samsara, and who destroys our mind while we are in the samsara, and who obstruct us to achieve liberation from cycle existence of samsara, and it is the mind of ignorance which controls our the mind, and it obstructs us to achieve the liberation from the cycle existence. Our most precious the material possessions are in the mind and in the body. Apart from this true body and mind, we don't have other the precious things.
Sing Moba, Mariba Chong, Tabe Goga Man, the Wadi, and Yabea Ruina, Kola Dan, Sherazu, Iza, Jija Shinji Rune, Sherachu, Shera the Dan is soon to be Sheragi, Muba Mariba Bongo, Shela Mariba the Kuchong Sisha. Lu Shera Shinji San Ruade, Shera Shinji Niamudi, Jija. Shera Shinji, Chi Shinji, the Chaka Chulu,
if we achieve the Yametaka the state, and then that we can destroy this the mind of ignorance, because Yametaka is also the deity of the wisdom. So through wisdom we can cut this the mind of ignorance, so that we will be free from silent existence. And also it is the Yama who actually destroys our physical forms in our physical bodies. And if we want to, if we achieve the Yametaka state and run on Yametaka, then it can destroy our physical bodies.
Marazu tsiru jebu chuna, doji jie sebu guni tsiru chea di savuyo. Jije sebu tsiru di jeru chi di maa jue ni, be juba di kusuto boru chiri.
And if we want to achieve long life, and it is good to achieve this long life in connection with yellow Yamen Taka, which actually whose lineage came from Jetson Kaba.
Ya shiva goni dhugu ini jeru mochi goni dhugu na je sinzema di selare, sinzema goni tsiru chi chu.
And also we can achieve long life, through the Itzema. If we like this practice, we can do this Itzema practice in order to achieve a long life.
Na je shero dhugu juna, ani jabe shiru ni goni shero dhuya yuwa iza, be sava chigi ina, ni ja chisa nisa dhugu re, jabe cho jije goni shero dhugu ina, shiru dharu. Jabe jije hajo suju goni dhugu nani, jabe jayan china san sun da dhani. Tega na yu kondo, jije yogi toga la ishi simba yanchi ma ku. Yung to jiru nami toga la ishi simba jame ku. Jije yu ni da ishi simba yu ni kodo ruya yu. Yang jije ki toga la ishi simba jame ku, rulame toga la yanchi ma ku ruya yu. Yang jije pa uchi wa di rawi ina, jayan china san sun chu chik tu be, ngode dachi jije khoro tuwa inba la, deva kuthe sona, ani jaimi china san sun da dhani be tambu chiru nibas nandu sandu chene dhani, be deva gala, ashira bruji yor, shiru dharu yor.
And if you want to achieve the wisdom by depending on the Yametaka, who has 13 deities, and then we can achieve this the wisdom by practicing that at the heart of Yametaka we should visualize Saraswati, and at her heart
jije toga la ishi sama jame rwa tiyo, yangche me toga la ishi rwa mari chajen la. Kuya bya mato da yangche ma ku. Yangche ma jije toga la ku. Jame yangche me toga la ku, kodo che ku shi.
And usually at Yametaka's heart we visualize the Manjushri as the wisdom being. But when we achieve our wisdom, then we can visualize Yametaka the Saraswati at the heart of Yametaka, or we can visualize the Yametaka at the heart of Saraswati, and this is the way we should achieve it. This wisdom it depends on the Yametaka, who has 13 deities, and if we are going to achieve the wisdom by relying on solitary Yametaka, then we should go, or we should recite sadhana all the way up to the recitation of mantra, and at the time of the recitation of mantra, and then we can achieve the wisdom by depending on these external and internal and superior Yametakas.
Tate koran se trine pengwa ne, nyadari shegwa. Jayan chana, jije shiru dharu de, she chocho chi homa. Ine dodang dine yore, bawichi bala chaja ne, jayan chana sang sung be dhani, ruji yore, malawe chen jayan kabu, 마베 생기 자야 알아봐서 수단 자기네 수준 되는 제초야지 허리 레디 잠에 시르다루 지제게 매마디 근데지레서나 지저른다고 그 제름 붙이려야 시르 두고 미가 서시 서버 코는 매바지 이제 배양을 쉬니 수구로 나셔 소 자리나 제가 제름 시kin 이제 배양을 쉬어 이제 배양을 송 시르다루도 송 소네 바구르 제름 시기디 이게 드린 바구르나 우네 알리 지나 토로 마셔도 이게 되는 수수 아니 토로 취소는 이게 매라랑 쇼송샤 아니 시르다루 그러면 정말 많이 버지는 시kin 이제 배양을 쉬자거든 내가 거기 아니 토로 나시 남이 요래데 이게 매라당 샤거든 이게 요 말이야 대 매바 이제 양주 라리안 제름 시기 다들라는 방법고네 개로를 비시 쇼인의 지체네 아니 저의 치제지 소말이 치제에 대해서 아주 치수사들 저의 치제 도지 치장 쇼고피도 쇼고송지 그래지마도 이거 말 개요 말 몰라 존의 주들의 임발라 존의 셰다 이시체 치달이 야나 가인 들으시다 고주 수시고요 말들라 치제도 꼭 가보죠 다들 고주 매자한테 가는 거 친지요 친제셔요 친다고 근데 가셨다지 했으니 라마들이 가셨다지 친다셔 돼 다들 친들다는 초반고지도 수 너가 돼야 돼 고토지요 다들 이제 보고 그러다 제바데 관심 잘 제보게 제도 송송요 제바데 가르쳐야는다 유요다 매다 제모도요 제모 두바티요다 니요 지이 토라 마존다 라브다 지데 나셰 저공공 세데 din선 치수사를 요리 나셰 저공공 가져다 이게 자치 자자 치제 도지 치장다 가져다 이게 친답샤버티체 이인데가 야인제베 나셰 저공공제 그 송부토네 치전돼요 다야 수수다고 좀 되레 셰세즈로부터 럭다디아 노지 아무 셰야 자수 치지요 나다나 세군도 시작이 제트 답샤버지 지금 오늘 보고는 쉬자도 제트 인소야지 자야 바우지보다 이제 시처럼 송송 자자버지 요래리 그 전부지만 내용도 배랑 지버리게 아예 상상치 다 강이네 내가 근데 요래 단자베 왜 싫어 누구 좀 누구 서치 되어 봐 요래 근데 누구는 기매 봐 바셰매 시라야고요 다 소미즈마고 누구네 지버렸다 서부 지버려 다 시르다루 그 치드 쇼고요나 미즈메 담마자 지제게 시르다루 치 쇼고요나 로송게 공나 년생 표고 예 수초고마 자가 지제도 지장 거는 용용되게 롱 쇼고요나 나와송게 공나 년생 표고 칼거도 롱나 초고마 요 말에 디네 카시카시를 미세는我小时候长来拍的那么去拍用的，那么的修正多少？过去查这西大街，西头的山上一面去，我那么就去到那个那银楼上，特别西大上蛮多的，那个那一面嘛，现在嘛，就是多像嘛水，那么你这些都，第一个的去的去呢，去找个人嘛的什么水不是？那么多像个呀，已经没去水了，那么西大的是，也可以呢。那过去讲，千万去学呢。但那么这个，那公共车了，实质上路个门啊，那么多像朋友打架的前面，那么多像朋友手机的手机接着，实质上路门啊，现在的有些人个送的，但是手机手用接不了。但俺们基本上嘛，他们中俺这长得嘛，那个他们身体的呗，他写个都说。但俺那了呢，啊，大多数人俺这那朋友嘛就了呢。我也不去学学没了，我这说的些个那么东西呢，学的那朋友那个用是，但我这说的就讲我这说的那送啥，要都是我这说的，这来送呀嘛，送就要嘛的，你把都我都送，俺你也是，但我那个想的对你也朋友一些，这也朋友这要嘛的，都像马就吧，这你也就像那个人用是，俺小时候给伢的说，他那要的咱们 变得叫也赛的用这个差别准备过的，像那时候你也屁股的，网络们啊送的个有这么啥子用这时候呢也屁股要，对么国内个一个人嘛都车个车一个嘛的，对的嘛的送的，但他们学有这个人有的那种情况的时候呢，那你不是，像是没现在没这印象，这个东西其实他们的。不晓得那么就要那种，俺那得送些这的票，让他去学校，俺那头年他会去，他们那哪里过呀的，去些多人那种，别下去我有的也就没东西学了，别下去的有什么，别下去有的俺别下去的有嘛的，像学那位那个嘛不票是，俺那学个意思，这那么多将来过有的，俺这些上周么去的过，咱那那都没都不了，俺学个意思，中医去改动。学过几年就是才能中医那个别的长，一个这么的，但中医什么几个都，得吹啥都学，然后学过年说就是在我那边没错热点，那么的，他有我们都讲的，但是别想快那么说没事，当然，都是那不我讲起菩萨讲没都，他得那么的，说过来，确实都那么差不多那么就重要些，都是那边我的这些公布的。路那不讲过给台呢，把查普卡讲的技能的晒下被下去过的，这地方用的有的，路那不讲过台呢，卡讲的那个晒下被下的用的有的，用着呢，一样呢，这个那个袋子虽然是有的，那么下子，但其实用的也个有明显，嘛都看嘛，只讲就是那个都是那边我一直都在头那，那么东家那么都加上有的，这那呢都是那边我那边讲的。这边我那个边是在旧的，都到啥有那种啊，都啥有那点，但都那我学啥呢？都没头绪。这些阿家人不去叫头天家说我的표시，这些阿家人不去叫头天家说都那我표산出표用啊，他叫人去了，水路讲什么那个啊，逻辑得送个有的，我听得起有的，咱到这里上呢。路那下跌不是在啥的，对不对？亚个嘛的，这个嘛的，他前面搞些呢，有东西，这个嘛的，可能，偏个嘛的，他别下有公布的，这些公布的，马上听得有人啊，他说的，今年路就些，有个也没有嘛的，加上学了如果的那种学的，他听得一张啊，他说了学了培养了恰恰呢，以前没几学了如果。其他上送的不要，就是马中的马中，对，为什么我们写了如果的写的也不有，写了如果也不有的，这样为什么阿里年不多，为什么年不多差呢？没把也我接触过，他写了对的。
And things that been said is not necessary to translate. What follows is that if we cannot achieve the wisdom by depending on the peaceful and wrathful, yamen thakas, and then what we should do is that we should achieve the wisdom by in connection with Miktsama. And before we do this practice, first of all we should do the approximation of this the Miktsama, and then having done this approximation of Miktsama, then we should try to achieve the seven wisdoms.
当年美国其他的嘛，说那么多呢，去教呀是让要嘛的，但是比较要嘛这样做，嘛现在比较开明可是呢，但是说去比较养就怕，去世界安的过就嘛都要嘛。现在现在他现在中国的阿里梦想嘛钱的嘛都，现在中的现在7万、3万、2万、3万几千，7万、3万总比现在送去，对不对？
First of all, it is important to know the list of the seven wisdoms. One is the great wisdom, two is clear wisdom, and three is the profound wisdom, and four is the great wisdom, and five, so quick wisdom, and five is the wisdom of explaining, and six is the wisdom of debating. And then there's seven, and the last one is the wisdom of writing. And these seven wisdoms appeared on the text known as wishing prayer to be born in Sukhavati, blissful age.
Tanto yani sonra geçimu junja çimu dana cebala toba mebi şerif. To van macebli. Ben ama razı şerif çünkü diye pese mamucila koacile yapıyorsun. Koacini sucile sani hani şerif to cebne kocu sucu melce diyor. Şerif çamu diyor hop diyor koaca çimu be. Ne token. Tere şerif çimu. Şerif sebu siyadi Shirebe, go chill as on the top. Chashe Chamuds Mandiba, the sort of Siki Chashe, Drunky Chashe, Gane nebe, Taizumusa Mandiba Pazu, Mumadi, Chebra Manova, Mandiba Jet to be several check to make Shire several.
So, if we have the little wisdom, and then we cannot understand the entire the range of objects and knowledge. If we understand even the few things, but and then we will be obstructed by our limited understanding. This is because we lack the great wisdom. So it is very necessary to achieve this great wisdom. And if we have this the great wisdom, and then we can understand all the subject matters in great details without obstructions. So if we have this great wisdom, and then there is no problem of knowing things with obstacles and obstructions. And clear wisdom is that wisdom which knows the subject matter very clearly and lucidly without actually mixing all the meanings and the words that are contained within the subject matters.
태송도 사야다. 배체당로 하로데 버리고 틀레이나 상루동에 고디 내 여름 뭐 상루동 다가는 남산 배신 용에 안데라와 마도바도 로버토바도 티주지 삼베치마 타고 나리고 뭐는 비셔를 미워하죠. 마도 로도 연예배 항마벌이지나 상루동 와다가 또 용이야. 제도로는 로도 연예배 상루야 혹시 동화다가 로도의 세토야. 최종 사대야 주연의 상루동 와다가 최종 세토야 되라. 왼쪽 세토야 돼. 싫어 미워할 수 있어.
And the wisdom, quick wisdom is known as the understanding, the quick wisdom is wisdom which eliminates doubting consciousness and distorted thoughts and misunderstandings immediately. Just thinking of about the subject matter, one is able to quickly remove all these doubting consciousness and distorted thoughts and misunderstandings. And as for the great wisdom again, the great wisdom refers to the understanding from one's own strength, what's object to be what is object to be adopted, what are the objects to be abandoned, knowing the differences between these two objects to be abandoned and to be practiced to one's own strength is known as the great wisdom. And if we have limited the wisdom and intelligence, then even if we think about small subject matters, and then we'll be obstructed in this understanding through our obstacles. And if we do have the profound wisdom or deep wisdom, then we can actually deepen the subject matters of the text.
Well, Chebishire, Habura, Chebishire, Sam, two Shebe, good in reach Abu, why you can sim the pen to share to me. Chebishire, Jebba, good, Colamato, Lodo, Kari, Della Nerje, Lonely, Nigga, so down the ghost of Bob, so the Jelan Shema, Lobama, the Sarjo.
And next is now the wisdom of expounding, which is very easy to understand. And this wisdom refers to the presenting the teachings, reading skillfully and clearly. Is then the wisdom of explaining, and wisdom of debating is that the debate is they're based on actual spiritual references and the logical reasons in order to avert the misunderstanding and the doubts of the other person. And next is the wisdom of writing. This wisdom needs both the wisdom of explaining and wisdom of debating. Just reading the writings of the author, then all the other the readers and the scholars will be amazed and surprised and be pleased about the writing. And wisdom is defined as a mind which discriminates between the objects to be practiced and objects to be abandoned. But not all knowledge or all understanding is not then wisdom. And all the understanding is not necessarily the wisdom. In the elegant sayings, there is that what's that? And if the geshes have to know the who's older and who's younger of a car, and they cannot. And they will not understand who is older and who is younger. They have to check with the farmers who is the older and the younger. So understanding who's older and who's younger is not in wisdom.
There's a sheriff said, longer guinea. Then I have to turn out and never share the church share the little shame sheriff to go to Mado. Then my image mission was shared sheriff to money. She just money, she said in his one. Mission was a motion, they get the sheriff cellos. Sheriff, she said it.
So the pure wisdom must be our mind, which is able to discriminate what's the object to be practiced and what is the object to be eliminated. But all the understanding and knowledge are not then the wisdom. And the wisdoms or mind which understand apart from the objects to be apart from the object to be abandoned is known as the distorted the wisdom.
Then was easy Java Sindi or down Java Inji was so there, the Java de Inji Bumbu de Mongoyo. The Bumbu Mongoyo, Church of Yo, Bumbu Deva Gentile, Chigi, Tumushi shall do the Deva Shiraji, and take a severe Vishila Lia. Chimama Bumbu in the woman, Divasa Wari, Bumbu Chesadi, Divashada Chebudu. In Chorano, you would do, I think you told Tashi Terror.
And when the British Britain conquered India, and at that time there were many VIP, the British people in Tibet, and around in India, and then this. Some of these VIP, the British people, approached the former the Geshe Rinpoche, and they said, we don't want to be a very in the future we don't want to be a very VIP, but we because with that body VIP, and then one commits many unskillful and negative actions, and we want to be like you, the Trama Geshe Rinpoche, and how can we achieve this the standard of achievement.
And then I look at the lay on it, and change your you. I really are chamber. And started to talk, Gigi, Yoris, Medicine, the Vajil, Cozy Drover, Meto area, Maris, not your much, Ganga polishing you. Not to pick the way the really yours have a woman. Quiti, and your Mamushing, she's a chimbury. I got Kamashing, Shingo, Shingo, made the Pugari.
And the British, some of the British people also came to Tibet, and some of them even reached on the top of the Gandhi monastery. And when they're on the top of the mountain, standing, they pointed out the Tibetans, this plant is that, flower is that, and they put some of these in their pockets. And so then they put on their. They put on their on their shirts, and all these British people knew all the different plants and flowers. Tibetans who were living there for many years didn't know what plants were there, what flowers were there. So the British people were very intelligent compared to those, and Tibetans a bit stupid.
The Lama, the Vachi, choosing a Shiri, the Tarjero is that Tayamamadu, Chanamizum Budi Jindu, and so you prove in a Muriaso. I miss my lover, Ola. The method is the woman is about you, the General Matubari.
And then the English person approached the Trama Geshe and saying that how can I be the Dharma practitioner like you in my the next life? And then the Trama Geshe gave a method of that if you can recite this 100,000 mitzvah and make the top offerings, and then you can become. He guaranteed that he will become the practitioner, Dharma practitioner in his next life. And then as a Trama Geshe taught about mitzvah, saying, Avalokiteshvara, the great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehended, Manjushri powerful, one of the standards knowledge, Vajrapani, to disturb all host of the Maras, Tsongkhabas, crown ornament, wisdom from the lamps of Santa at your feet. I make requests, not in English. He taught this in Tibetan, and then he couldn't master these the few lines how to recite this mitzvah. And then the British person said, I cannot learn this. Is it okay if if you teach somebody else how to? It's okay if I ask somebody else to recite it on behalf of me.
And
then Trama Geshe said that be all right, but you have to give kind of donations, contributions for that in a person.
And the meeting and the Shiramuchi, Kalamuki, Lamadio, which you may last say, and the color, Mizuan Joy, called the Jewel. Around the Kalibu. Kalibu Koran says in Joey Jello in all of Jetja. Jetabuchi, Tame, Tavati, Tema de Ju, a Koran Chelo, Tavat no look, and quick watch and Minez, to manage him. To then don't go away. Those Johnson, the good Tata, who may see. 근데 그 보셔다 그 거래 치면 또 이제 한절에 좀 동물이 그거 뱀비세 대도주요다. 아니 근데 그 몽지도 머리.
And then that British gentleman asked in the Kyabje Rinpoche, can you send me someone to who I should ask to recite, who should I order this, to recite this mikzama? And then Kyabje Rinpoche sent one Lama Gyupa, is one of the authentic college monk, and then in the Kalimpong, India, and then what the British gentleman made a curtain, he put a curtain in his, one of his rooms, and then in one side he let to stay at that monk, and then next to that curtain, then the gentleman himself sat, and then he asked to recite this mikzama, and each time when that monk finished the mikzama, then he count one beat, count from the mala, and when he couldn't hear it saying and then the gentleman knocked at the curtain, saying he couldn't hear and repeat more loudly this mikzama. And finally, that monk was able to recite 100,000, and the British gentleman was able to hear this mikzama. And then when he finished the 100,000 recitation of mikzama, and then he invited Kyabje Rinpoche and other the assistants, and then they offered a very elaborate the songs. And then the gentleman gave quite a lot of money to that monk who recited the mikzama on behalf of that British gentleman.
Some Bungin and the share which the good Korangi, Jimmy Jenshari Sajiki, the Shamuchi Mudachi, Rumuchimamu, Yokaji, Tomuruchi Kokome, Ribuna Lea, Rumuchimamu, Shenruchi, did it. And the Rumuchi, the Manjubushi Juruchis, Manjubushi was, Tama, the Saturdays. Tama, Tabachi, Jono, Chewu, Manjubushi, my Buddha and the Pumbu, young Divasavus. And then when the 100,000 the recitation mikzama was over, then the British gentleman was able to memorize this mikzama by heart, and then he offered his he offered the hat of his the wife to Kyabje Rinpoche as an offering, and also he offered this the necklace or other ornaments of his wife to Kyabje Rinpoche, and then and that the ornaments were also full of precious stones on it, and Kyabje Rinpoche used those precious stones on the ornaments of the wife of the British gentleman as in his the pill known as Kyabje Rinpoche's pills, and this pills is known as is very popular in Kyabje Rinpoche's pills, and he used the substances of this the minerals of the ornament of the wife of that British gentleman, and then he said to Kyabje Rinpoche, now please allow me to die very quickly, because if I so that I can become the practitioner like yourself, and furthermore, if I remain like this for a long time, then I had to commit many negative actions, because I am maybe a British this staff general or something. And then shortly after that, 1 month later, then that British gentleman died. Maybe it was through the imparted blessings of Kyabje Rinpoche, because it is said the former Kyabje Rinpoche was like living the Jetson Kaba. Yo to the Jesu Cano, Shuttle. Yama Jemmy with the Jordan Senate Conas, Tumuga Lingon, the Chankona, the Nancy Fair. Chankon Jambachum with the Jinsala, Menjada, they were Galima, Tumusan, Colin Samsung. Ready to him with it, saw the Shiru. And the Shiru was going here with Chene, and Jordan Nancy, as usual. And the Ape San and Shuttle and Shanlia. Very many Chankona. Sujeru Konya Tavajin was Landus. Tava the condition was that Tava no religion to Shate. No religion to West, Landus. No religion to Tone and Riga Onche. Tell the teachers in the West, Landus. Only Sha. No religion to Rosaris. Many Jerusalem was on Jason Lasso.
And then and in the 13th Dalai Lama, Tinjatsu, and his minister Shatta in the visit in the Tomo in the Tomo monastery and Tomo monastery, and then at that time the Tomo Rinpoche himself was acting as the caretaker of that monastery, and then when the 13th Dalai Lama and his minister was coming, was seeing that the made a pilgrimage of that monastery, and then in that monastery there is a very famous and blessed the material the statue, and then when they finish the making a pilgrimage in that monastery, and then the 13th Dalai Lama asked his minister, "What do you? How did you see that the monk who was waiting for us?" And then the minister asked, "I saw him as very oily, kind of oily the monk." And then and the 13th Dalai Lama said that he had seen that the monk as the Tsong Khapa. And your the vision was also good because you have seen as an oily monk, very smart, and I have seen that monk as a Tsong Khapa.
Mission Bushin Shane, Sheremare, the Sherem Mazani, Mizma Lomato Devare, Jekanga Shingi, Rilakari, Saola Kari, Metivakane, never sounded on the Marasotan, Miraji, Halamoshi, Shimiri, Shi Chejo, Marasu Buya, the Sherogo is Nanichia, Venega, Partition of Two, they were not a partition of knowledge and Shero, the church, Shero, the Santo, Shero Modu do. That Shero Chiva 7 years of Chezo Zung Shero, Mizimoguna, to Yamigar with Shanamato, Cherona, Shirashan to do to the whole mother. They in the button of Gadel Hajata, Tal marriage food, Tipu Sasona, Kasan Shayaki, only channel Ajay Susan Lemuri. Chesamba Sijan, I needed the song of the image Mizima Sajuni. Gogochi Chene, Onshi Chelo Giona, Moshe, didn't Tony Atachi, Mandoneta, Merepu Sadu Sunday Sola, Tusan Gombe Shero Peasant, Chesus from the Little Yes, Sotan to Momoru, Yadu Sharanda with Chingelo, the Janeji, she chatters, much a tribute to my status, senior Tizon Tava Chatters, Yadu Sharanda with Chingelosa, Shula Neo, was in the one, Sasun.
And so all the understanding of the different things is not necessarily to be wisdom, and even if one understand everything, but if one cannot understand even the one few lines of nizama, that indicates that is not proper the wisdom. If something is proper wisdom, it must be able to distinguish what's object to be practiced and what the object to be abandoned. So we need to achieve then the pure wisdom, but not the distorted wisdom. In order to achieve this pure wisdom, and then we can recite this. First of all, we should recite the hundreds of the deities of the land of joy, and then we should open the mandala. And offer the mandala, then if you like, then we should do the empowering blessings of the 4 empowerments, and then recite the 12 times for each time empowering blessings. Then we should recite four rounds of Vikzima for 4 times, and altogether there will be 12 the times of reciting the Vikzima. And after finishing all this, and then we should recite this. There are 2 lines to be recited, isn't it? 16. We should recite this 2 lines. I request the wisdom of wisdoms of hearing, some contemplating and meditation may increase. So I request and recite this. Recite this. And they recite this in the 2 line, 2 stanzas.
This house on the machine, Mishiba Madaba said, never chair the lap, the Sua the web, Yamo Yose Sunji Toban was a Babu Bujin Ribene, Younger Siachi. Yose Sunja Toban was a Gabu Bujin, Suchi to River Ramiju. They non the Dusicabu women dojin pony, Ramiju, Lucian not Hajacon. Then order did it Pachata Java, did it some about Janshi Dane, Lucian Yada, but I would remember Chiati, Madame Trace and then said, did it, and Mr. Masani shows in Yonguris.
And then we should do the purification of the impurities, and the way we should do this with this visualization from the hearts of the 3 Jetsongkhapa and his 2 spiritual sons. Then we should fall and descend white lights, and inside these lights, then we should also visualize the milky color and the white nectars, and then these lights and nectars are entering through our the crown, and then this because of the entering the lights and the white lights and the white nectars through one's body, and it is they are purifying all the this the possession of spirits and then this disease and unwholesome actions. As a result of purifying all this, and then think that one's body become very transparent and very clear.
That Mandari in Beo, Java Yusuf, to one visit Kabu woman, the Bojin, Children, Ram Sambu, Zikabu, Joe, Leon, Zikabu, women, Dojin, Shan, Usually. And I remember the Masha and you never do that. I feel like a condition that they were present. Shazam was it? This one just a king which told us to Rizikabu Kodum soon to the Chipja. Thing around Jews, then I was Zikabu, Matavajima, Jew, my shoe, the region of Digi Basha, the Jivataji Jam, Deva, Jiva, Ne, Deva Kangama, Chanshi Tani, Tabimi, which is meeting myself. What the wonder is, and
I will explain the visualization of this practice, but the actual recitation of this practice should be checked with the Geshe-la, and now the visualization is as mentioned before, that we should visualize from the hearts of the Jetsongkhapa and his 2 spiritual sons, sends lights in that white lights, and those white lights, then one should visualize milky colored the nectars, white nectars, and then they are entering through one's crown, and then because of this, then it purify all unwholesome actions, they imprints and possession of spirits and disease. And while we are doing this in the practice, then we should recite the Vikzima for 21 years. for 21 times.
That share doing on the Dom share chill the blue. Not to sit about my city. Which one does it have about the Minister to make sure we can get on. That not to the car about it, to sit about my city. This is my city, the chill in my shoe and Luigi Kong, do some of it. Then Jabe will push at that. You can choose come. Share going about the young Jabe will go in the machine, so gentle, or this is so thick. The thing about that, then cherry, share chill, told you something. And you will have a cover member, look, children, longer chin, rather than the share, look, you told you on something. And
this in and this visualization is now the preliminary practices of the achieving wisdom. Okay, now if you want to achieve the great wisdom, and then we should visualize that from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons radiate and send red yellow lights and nectars, and then they are entering through one's crown, and because of this, then once the atoms the atoms that are contained within the body are all they're transformed into the very very tiny the manjushiris, and then these tiny manjushiris then radiate the light, and then this light reaches throughout all the 10 directions, and then these lights invite all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas reside in the 10 directions in the form of red yellow the manjushiris, and then this red yellow the manjushiris are dissolved into one's body, and because of this, and then wants to imagine that one's body is now filled.
This is the trouble to be. And
because of this, and then wants to visualize that it purifies all the disease and they and evil spirits and unwholesome actions and their tendencies, and then once the body becoming very transparent. And then I think that because this one has achieved a great wisdom, which understand and every thing without mixing the objects, and then with this the visualization, one should recite the Nizama, either half of the mala or the whole round of the malas.
Majip Jamalame, Jamaica, Jelame, Share Sarah, Yimbala, this is my sage, this is do trouble Kamalo, the Rapasa Nadisiagi, Arabasagi, Yirukan, Kamalo Yirin, the next thing do with you. Tele was you to choose your seven Shira Kamalo, Yiru Navation, Tim and Shira Sarah told you something.
And then we should do the practice of achieving a clear wisdom. When we do this the practice, then we should visualize that from the hearts of the Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons, and sends red yellow lights and nectars, and then this the atoms of the nectars are in the form of then arabasa nanati, and then think that this the red yellow nectars are entering through one's body. And then I think one's body is now filled with the Amarapasanati, and from this the seed syllables radiate the light to all the 10 directions, and then because of this, this light invites all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the form of Om Arapasanati, and then they dissolve into one's body, and I think that now we have achieved the clear wisdom.
Sung says, Sung de la Yindunabaja, Rapasa Nasi Yidu. That is Choya Junze Garia Sena Manzo Zoji Sodu, the Kujimari Shiro. Chiram Double, you told Mare, Gumare. Sodu says Shiori, Soji do Vatela, Sodu de Zoji Sodus, Mijib Zong says the Jiju again. Mijib Zong de la Remino, Major Zone Tama de Yolanda Togo. Major Zone Tower de Sajava in Goa in Jil Togo. Zone Soru the Korea, Ashi Java and Majivichi Java go. Rashi Java did not do it, and Maji go. Arabasa, Nati. The Mahima Hashi, the Matomino, the Pashina, the Pashina, the Yumara Sabe Yumarua. Then is your that is she and just came and Pashina Zon Sulu said Lada Zonta Saju, never saw you do by Zonda said it. Chile, the share to the Jachi Sansanji. That is shame to Zoom. Because in the Tijeta, and she has said in this one. That and she never said the Rumina. That isn't Marcel duty, you get the eater, who eat, Sabu number six. You get do you get dead on whole of Sabu number ten years. Tele was it true. You said that you know she have gone well, Sabu number ten the good in it. And she knew told you something.
And now follows the quick wisdom, and basically the visualization, the practice, same as the former two. And we should, if you're going to do this the practice of quick wisdom, and then we should radiate the red yellow lights from the hearts of Jesankapa and spiritual sons, and then the nectars, where the atoms of the nectars were full of this seed syllable like D and Hum, and then think that these the red yellow lights and nectars which are in the form of D and Hum are entering through your body, and then think that your body is filled with the seed syllables like D and Hum, and then these seed syllables radiate light, and then they reach to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, and then this invite, this light invites Buddhas of the 10 directions and a quick wisdom in the form of seed syllables like D and Hum, and then think they are receiving into your body, and think now I have achieved a quick D and visualize D and Hum, and then think that these seed syllables D's and Hums are entering through your body as a result of receiving these and D and Hum and other seed syllables, and think now I have achieved a quick wisdom.
That's service here do it. Yeah, the get the Masa do the Kangalo, Chasing in number. Chasing the la, Regis and Levam, Jave Chasing. Regis and Levam in number change. Do somebody? Do change the Madu Levam to change it to the Kong. Do you come? Tell it was it Choji Java and Java Tam Java. Near Shira going by the Levam the Regis number change. So good in the day, this is the thing, wrong with Luigi Nongo. And you should have no told you something.
And then we should try to practice the achieving the profound wisdom, and we should to do this. We should then visualize that from the hearts of Jesankapa and his two spiritual sons, radiated red yellow, the red yellow lights and nectars, and this the atoms of nectars were then in the form of the hand articles of Manjushri, like the sword and the scriptures, and then think that there are many small atoms. All these atoms were of the nectars were in the form of scriptures and the sword, and think now these two articles are entering through your body. As a result of this, and then it purify your negativities, and then these hand articles radiate light, and then this light reaches Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, and then this light invite the profound wisdoms of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions in the form of many scriptures and many souls, and then they're dissolved into your nectar, and think now I have achieved the profound wisdom. Chepe
Dugin, Chu Shea, Chu Gari, She would Shea Levant to get number. Does it do trouble Kamalo? The Cheje Levant with number Shadachi, Luka. Tele was it true. Choji said that you Chepe Share going, but young Levant with number to does it Tim Lukan,
And then follows the practice of achieving the wisdom of expounding, and when we do this practice again, we should visualize red yellow lights from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and its two spiritual sons, and then think that the lights, so nectars, which came from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and its two spiritual sons, they in the form of the text in the form of the text that one is going to be explained about, and then think that these lights nectars and which are in the form of this text that one is going to be explained about are dissolving or entering through one's body, and then think from these texts radiate light and reaches all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, and then think these lights invite the wisdom of explaining of the Buddhas of 10 directions in the form of the text that one is going to be explained about, and then they dissolve into one's light, so the nectars, and then think that because one's body is filled with the nectar of this wisdom of explaining of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, think that now I've achieved the wisdom of explaining. And then follows the practice of achieving the wisdom of debating, and then we should, in order to do this practice, we should radiate the red yellow lights from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons, and then the nectars were then in the form of in the wisdom sword, and the wisdom wheel, wheel which has 8 sparks, and the center of this the wheel is it has very central disc, and then I think that all these the wheels are entering through one's body, and then when these wheels enter into one's body, then one should think that these wheels are radiating light and which of Buddhas of 10 directions, and then these lights invite this wisdom of debating in the form of this wheel, and then they're dissolved into one's nectar, and then think that as a result of feeling this nectar of the wisdom of debating of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, now I have achieved this the wisdom of debating. And again, we need to achieve the wisdom of the word writing, and when we do the practice of achieving this wisdom, then we should radiate in the red yellow lights from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons, and then think nectars where in the all the atoms of the nectars in the form of the scriptures, and the sword which is in the form of the wheel which has 8 sparks, and then they are entering through one's body, and then these the scriptures and the sword which is in the wheel in the shape radiate the light, and then they reaches all Buddhas of the 10 directions, and then these lights invites the wisdom of writing of the Buddhas of the 10 directions in the form of the scriptures and the sword, wheel sword, and then they are dissolving into one's the nectar, because one's body is filled with nectar, and then think that I have now achieved the wisdom of writing.
Yama Madu, the Chajana, Tisana, Dusipoya, Rosette Tsuche, Dusia Lamche, Rosette Ramiju, Martin, and Padenza Lama said, Lama Hinju Sali. Young Sidu, the chair, we unit Sidu Chesu, and this Korangi Sidu Che, Ran, the Daje Chene, Sizem Sidu Chene Chore, the G. Assistant of them Sidu Chivina, Meme Sireti, to make him a woman Javia. The woman is a Malawache, to make sure you use Sivame. It's not a wish of so and the Odil Lamine, she may say this is your problem, Sidu Chesu.
And then we can do this practice achieving wisdom. There's one. We can do this practice in order to achieve the one wisdom or the two wisdoms, or we can do all the seven practice in order to achieve all the wisdoms. And then we should, if we are going to stop, the practice achieving the wisdom, and then we should stop, at the end of this last session of descending light and nectar from the hearts of Tsongkhapa and the rest. And if we are going to then achieve the long life by depending on the Mikzema, and then there's two ways. One is generate oneself as a deity, one without. But let's say this explanation is based on someone who will not generate as a deity, and then where we should do achieve this long life is as follows. We should now radiate light, red yellow lights from the hearts of Tsongkhapa, and then these lights are entering through one's the body, and then we should recite Mikzema. We should do this 5-round prayer of Mikzema, but we should omit the third line, which is Vajrapani, destroyer of all house maras. In place of that, we should say Amitayas, the god of the deity of the long life, and then we should recite this the 5 round of Mikzema as much as we can. And when we are going to recite this the mantra or this Mikzema, you should try to recite as much as possible in Tibetan. And we should, if we are going to recite, the mantras in Sanskrit, then we should recite, the Sanskrit mantras in accordance with the Sanskrit. The translation of or translation of mantras are not, very accurate.
Maji Sanskrit we already Java you get Sutra. But the mother Purgy get the Purgy, Pishan and Trisha Connery. Ready Kashi Shady, Pishan Yungu, Sucha. Somewhere get covered, everywhere get covered, somebody didn't get covered. Somebody who started that Rat, who said that treasures Sarda Sax in the world. The Anna Yipos, we started Sabata Parada, Maria, Sarada Trasu to go in, Sarada Trabudina, Jimbe Sudu. Sarada Samari Tari, Zana Sarada Sari, Sarada Tari, on Charles said that Charles did Parada Takai already, most of the pass will go Parada Pass. You get the land, not so you get a Sucha. So that's Sucha, it all get the Davio. Get out, you get out, you get a tree of the world. Yagage Davuchi in Sanskrit, you cannot do it. It's not for the Shingo. You get it to some. Then you saw the Kaju Kangaloge, the Ribaraji Yaga, you get Koronsu, Kevin the user, Mazar Seakoima, Bajar Siga. Bajar Rasum the Adisha. Then Bajar Sija the Chin, the Yamari. Then Mazar said the Majon never come. How much you love the heart, I will go. We are the Panglu Savage. Jamen Mando Kanchemba. Never Rebu Meva, Major Damusonyo. जगह मेरे भूखे मेरे पे हाँ दे देंगे भूख कौन से बस सके कले जगह तो थोड़ा मैं तो सुन रहे मैं और देखो मैं वो मौजूद हम सुन रहे तो क्या था वो बोल रहे क्या मादा हाँ दो भाई ने देवा शिमु बोल देवा शिरा यो ना हाँ भी मोरू यो रहे क्या यो में पीछे भी यार सुन तेरे तब दाना जी बाबा में अमिताभ सिद्धो अमिताभ तब सिद्धता शिवने तब सिगरे मार ठीक है संत है तब यो मारे दी चिता यो जी रे तब मारवा बाबा मेरवा बाबा मेरे सेवा दी आ मेरे से आदि दिले दिजरे चिमे चिवा में सिद्धि चिवा में सेवा में तो बाबा में यो रे शेजु जी जे जुगो तो लोगो de चाचा जी जे de ni ja जुगो yin के चिवा में की शिखा बाबा में तो ले yin के बाबा में न्यागे ले चिवा में की देवा जी की शिव सोंग को शेजु में हो यो रे दी कले ही भी मजा था तो वो माता आ मेरे से आदि चिमे मेरे दास दी छोरे आ सुधि का आ मेरे दास दी अच्छा में बस अमीन देवा दी अमीन देवा था तब सुधि करी मुझे तेरे सियो ऐसा आ दूर तुम के जो कंगा लोग का रे वो शिवी लोग ही हो रहे
and the Sanskrit
has मारे से मध्य यों के जो तेरे मारे मतलब के जो युगे युगे हो रहे आगे the संस्था के ताबू के आचरण ताबू वाले समाज में तो सुधे की चीजें जो भी मैंने पहले पीछे ना ये भी के आचरण ताबू वाले इसमें जो मछली
and when we are reciting the Miktsuma, and then it's better to be recited, it's better to recite this in the Tibetan, and when we are translating or writing the Sanskrit into the English, and then they do translate the Sanskrit of the colloquial the speaking, but not the actual written written the language of Sanskrit. And also in Tibetan there are different dialects, depending on which area you are. There are, for one word there are different way of pronouncing it. For instance, she, and for some the sort of people who are in the western part say she, and some, and then other regions say pronounce it slightly different, and so it is for example of Amitabha. You say Amitabha, but the actual, for example, the name for Amitabha is Amideva. Amideva. So it is Amideva. Amideva. Deva. Amideva. Deva is a god. Deva. And if we are going to recite the mantras in Sanskrit, then we should recite and pronounce it in accordance with the written language. And when we are reciting, we are going to recite a Miktsuma, better to be say recite in Tibetan, because it is the emanation of the mantra. And like in other sadhanas, like the hundreds of deities of the land of joy, can be recited in your own language. Sattva. No.
제가 자차 전혀 러투고 자사는 러투고 말이야. 샤데 러 가고 놓고 내가 살러 가고 지기도 사스 러투도 샤샤스 이즈를 리스그리 샤베르 고주 샤베르스.
And if you take the example of this pronunciation of Bodhisattva, we say in Bodhisattva, but strictly speaking, it should be Bodhisattva or something like that. And when the Tibetans say Bodhisattva, they omit the Y. They cannot. They live in the Y. They say Bodhisattva.
They Sanskrit get the Guangzhou disagree. Java Fucho get the Ministry. Fucho get the Private and Luzao, which was said to Joe. This way, the ones to me somebody to get from a bed and started Java Fucho. Kongi again, Mudiva. Some Yogi Kakal and settlements. To me, some Jaya, to me. Kongi Java Penny, the Bri, Satuzo, the Bri, Satuzon, Kion, the Bri, Sunju Nala, Kashem Mugo is Raja, coming. Teregujo, Yogi, to the Mugo and Kiorva. Then Java, Igina, the Medevich, Shasa, Yoda, Shamu. Milan, the Shamuka in Chico, Chile, want to meet it, Machima to the Yashaju, who would do some Shaju. On the Nakari Jews, Najana Yori, there's not a lake, there's Ruton Chinjave, which you were in. And the condition is Jagat, Ojoba, Java come together, Sasanzanya, Sasanza, Mexico, Sasanza, Mena, Kolodumbe, Yonshi Songyo. Sinjo another young Shiju, Seja Sunju, young Shiju, Juya Jude, there was Seja Sun, there were young Juruba near young Juru. Seja Sunil, then I told you, Tatanda, Sini, Tatanda, Nia, Yaya, Rala, Sini, she did throw a Jew Shabarava, and teach you the only one. In my Jew, I love Sembi, Sansan Swing Pija in the Gio. In Mezan Hammer, Dinjo Nala, the guy or Hammer, Dinjo, Tamati, Javala, Dinjo Saji, Javala, Pinzo Condi, Yori Milu, Melu, Sheju, and Javela. Sutra can look at Savati, Javabi, Nala, Sudan Nala, and Giverchi Omutu, the Asia, the Gede, the Karlu Spurs, Jabek visited Nimasoti. Sujun Nala, Giverchi Omutu, Daya, or the Giverchi Omuta, Sumdua, Namalachi, which is Giverchi Sumre. Giverchi Sumre. She was Giverchi Sumre. Yoko Komaki Tiberchi Sumre. The Karine Tiba Gimani is an Azolo de Majukari, Shiju Majuti, Kamo Usanta Jela, Kamokudi, Suju Masos, Tiba the Niba Karilla Chemelus, Purgation and Chemelu, Teji Porish and the resident is down, Nibani, Cosativa Yores, the Tiba Severe Tavachan, Teji Porish and the residents, Sabaswala than Niamu Ju to Buchi the Kubi or Jesus. I think so. Give a shoe share. Lives are which is another like give a shoe chest on it. Maripatan, in your read the day. Thing at Obama should. Together, see Madani, could you or the Kadu, or cover you and touch you already. Think you're very neat to muscle. Consul the Kayo. Sanskrit, young Yomarva. What is the consulting of some sort of the answer? Don't let us answer it. Jeppy Buzo on the river. I share a good gun to sit and through chicken and to do. And then a Savinia with chicken and Missima on the TV or then a Simadio solo which I Javin Luna and visit solo visit cuddling a J Sasha. This is Jivo Savage boy. This is in my point the Shani Ludon or J. Teacher, the Ochimucha. This some J. Teacher, never you share the con. Need my name, they can be sound on so long the finger is.
And also those who have been different orders, physical orders and elements, and then if those do recite this mitzvah, and it is very helpful to cure one's disease, and also those problems with the lung disease or frustrations or depressions, and then those should visualize. Those should visualize that from the heart of the true spiritual sense radiate light, and then one should imagine that these lights are quite heavy, as if it were this lead, at this word lead, lead, and then one should think that this light, so which is a lead, where then oppress kind of. And felt that one's destroyed. And if you do recite this too many mantras and sun and moon at your heart, then it may cause this wind disease.
Omagi Yanamani China long to Tajama, Ingarala Mibatu Mare, Solo Chigio, Naraso Dana Boom, Majamula, Yamasama Bunkola, Ingakatu Bundu, Solo Yunus, and Yabajas had been Maris.
And also, in Tantra it said that we shouldn't, for the beginners, and we shouldn't visualize too much things at their heart. And since we are beginners to the meditation, and then we become we develop the wind disease, whereby we become crazy, and so better not be crazy through these the practices. And only meditate on the central channels of the upper. And there aren't many the crazy people, but there are many beings who have the wind, the pressure, wind disease, or those frustrations and depressions. And these are primarily caused by doing the excessive meditation. And there's one way of becoming crazy. This is determined by the accumulated karma in the former life for those, and then it is very difficult to cure this the craziness unless they perform these purifications of negativities. And so altogether there are 5 ways of becoming crazy, and one is that through the power of the karma, of former karma, we can become crazy. Another way of becoming crazy is because of the disease, imbalance of the elements of the body, and another is that through the power of the fear, and then we because of the seeing there's different things like spirits and so forth, we may become crazy. Another way of becoming crazy is due to these anxieties and worries, such as losing the money and just losing the parents. And then we should recite abundance of Lama Rinpoche, and then we should visualize one's own mind in the form of in the form of the Lama, and inside the 8 petal lotus flower, and then in between the one's own mind, the Lama, and the 8 petal lotus flower, we shouldn't keep any space between.
现在基本都在一个家是那么解决，搞得没行还是送去家，后期因为阿里巴巴家，为啥那么我们家去？在南路的了，为啥那么我们把看呢？树都不扎的没了，我不啥没不去，南路的二个看的，另外全部，这种就二个看的给上东了。
And it is very important to be visualize these 8-petaled lotus flowers completely closed, and between these one's ornament lama and the 8-petaled, the closed, the 8 lotus flower are filled with the 5 kinds of colors, and then also it is very important to feel the joy and the bliss.
这是草的节用，草跟那上头有呢，没怎么就是这个四步装步，装是去就那么多呢，马上流光过的，他不是苦对了呗，四步也不去看这个没不见偏不的是。
And if one has this fever then one should visualize the lights in the nature of the cool, and then one should visualize that one's body is filled with this cool, particularly in the upper parts of the body is completely filled with this the cool of the light, and then if you do this practice, then it will cure the disease of fever.
那样的就用我的龙的牌呢，龙不出个龙的牌更多呢，就是更多的，马更多的不行，马是一般，马更多的不行。我今天这个这个方面没关系，偏不的是。
And to those who have high pressure of the wind and the element, and those should visualize red yellow lights, or oily. The color of the melted in the color, melted in the butter, and then think that this the light which has same color as the melted in the butter is filled one's body, and then this will cure once there is a problem of over pressure of wind.
아니 제가 시켜도 배경 시켜도 가도 주는 건 이부지랑 매도 정말 좀 무슨 레소나 소나 레소나를 그래도 다니 아니 기시하게 발음도 가버려서 다른 비셔요 말이야.
And to those who have also problems with the jaundice, bile and phlegm, and then those should also do the same kind of practices. And at the moment I don't have the text of the actions, the text of the achieving the different actions through the Mitzvah, but later on you should get these teachings from Geshe-las.
바데 사손 되게 예게 매제 막고 뭐도 바데 사손 초고모르니아 소한테 해봐도 순대체 매제 그 4년된 지원 소하다 아니 내가 차는 다른 데에도 순대 제일 쉬어야 소들라 되는 사람들 제일 공도다 저기 때문에 그거죠 초선이 주고 저거 저희 뭐지 그거 지저를 해야게 맞아야 말아서 뭐야 제일 쉬어 배치배 검은 제비 야고 셔지지요 어떤 망아제네 저러고도 저좀 And
at this point, and then we should make a different request, which are in the text. And if we have memorized this Pandit Sasana, which is the lives of Tsongkhapa, and then this the life of Tsongkhapa should be inserted after the mantala. But if you don't memorize it, then it doesn't matter. But at this point, then I want you to make a request to Tsongkhapa and two spiritual sons, whatever you want to make.
이 레리도 무슨 자주 신이 되지 경험이 되지 매장 되지 장 미바티체 대사선에 조상국의 쉐르베도 쇼가니보디 이 워데 사선도 대사도요 대니신에 라마 기슈시스
and if we are going to practice as explained this morning, and then we should recite this I make this one 2 stanzas, whichever that is. I request you to increase my this, hearing and contemplation and meditation at the beginning of our this practice. And if you are not going to do this practice as mentioned this morning, and then we should first visualize this Manjushri, at the heart of Manjushri, at the heart of Tsongkhapa, we visualize the Manjushri, and then Manjushri's sword is holding at the level of the heart, and Manjushri is holding only handle at the heart, and the tip of the sword is entering to maybe your crown and falling in the nectars and so forth. And after that, then we should do Mikzama, and then we should make these 2 lines of request, and such as I make request to you to achieve contemplation and meditation and so forth. And then we should do the absorption. Before we there are 3 the verses to be recited at the time of the absorption, such as Pandit Lama Rinpoche and so forth. And before we are doing this, before we decide this, we should do the visualization of absorptions. And then we should the way we should do this is that Kyabje and Gyasabje are now reached on the flowers which are around the Tsongkhapa, and then Kyabje transform into Vajrapani, and the Gyasabje transform into Avalokiteshvara. And then I think that these 2, then also Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani dissolved into the Jetsongkhapa, and then Jetsongkhapa is also becoming smaller and smaller, and then one should also visualize the throne of Jetsongkhapa is also dissolving into Jetsongkhapa, and then one should finally visualize that Jetsongkhapa becomes very tiny Jetsongkhapa and reach on the crown of one's head and facing towards where one is facing, and then we should recite Pandita Lama Rinpoche Dagi Nigar Peme Dingshula means the magnificent and precious root Guru, please sit upon the lotus and moon seat at my heart. So one should imagine that now the Jetsongkhapa is now dissolved into the Lama, who is already visualized during the permission practice at the level of a heart. We don't need to open the lotus flowers at this point. We just simply think that now Jetsongkhapa is dissolved into that into the Jetsongkhapa, who is already visualized at the level of our heart.
No. Jetsongkhapa lo Zarabala Namo. Jetsongkhapa lo Zarabala Namo. The Guchita. Jetsongkhapa lo Zande Yamiva. Tilo Jetsongkhapa lo Jetsongkhapa lo Zarabala. Shad Luigi Hatava to be we went at our team. 같이 먹어 사버리 치즈 먹어 마 호라마 된 내가 되면 돼 마수하다야 돼 반에서가 라마를 보시 다음에 내가 빼야 돼 가는 친구고 고송 투지 모두 자주 수요시디만 앞에 반에서가 라마를 보시 다음에 내가 빼야 돼 가는 친구 저도 모두 자주 수요시디만 슈 반에서가 라마를 보시 다음에 내가 빼야 돼 가는 친구분이 자주 힘을 받을 때 머리 주고 쓰는데 나스가 이만 제배 자주 모두 주 송삼하지 이게 그거였어. 하고 줘야 돼. 그래서 이 차이인 거 내가 상담을 드리겠어.
And we should also visualize that the clouds where we are dissolving the Jetsongkhapa, and then think that Jetsongkhapa is with the cloud is with the Jetsongkhapa, and then we should imagine that is entering through our body, and then the say the abundance of Laman first one, and at that point then we should imagine that Jetsongkhapa is now dissolved into the main the Jetsongkhapa is already visualized at the level of our heart, and at this point it's not necessary that the flowers or the lotus flowers are open. Just imagine that Jetsongkhapa is just dissolved into that deity, and then think that they become totally inseparable.
다진가 타고 파고 지로시 예라마세와 되니야 우주니야 전이에 자자자몽으로 돌아봐도 대만지에 버시 야버렸어. 진가 타. 진가 이놈아 여러 바디. 그래서 진가 내가 쇼버가. 저번에 파고치 다음에 네가 제일 지주사 때잖아. 제일 시당 지야. 니네야 전 우주는 지주는 야제 여기 저 자몽으로 돌아가려야 지어 시스템이 여러다. 어제 자몽으로 돌아가봐도 진짜 매번 수주요. 진가 파고치 여기 미버지나. When we dissolve the Jetsongkhapa into one's own mind, Jetsongkhapa, who's at the level of our heart, and then we shouldn't break the fine cloud which is already came from the heart of the protector,
when we visualize before. And we should think that the very fine and very thin the cloud is existing from the heart up to the ground, and from there also it doesn't break, and it is this fine in the clouds at the heart of the Jetsongkhapa. When we visualize Jetsongkhapa at the heart of the projector, Buddha Maitreya, and then if we do visualize this continuous the light, and then it is very helpful at the time of the death. And at the daytime and at the night time, if we don't forget about these practices, and such as the picture of this Tushita and so forth, and that this be an excellent and it's a sufficient the power transference of consciousness at the time of death. And then we should make a wishing prayer. There are two. In all my lifetimes, may I be cared under the Buddha Tsongkhapa, and then may I be never separated. May I never separate. So, in all my lives, through the following Buddha Tsongkhapa, the sublime. The sublime Mahayana Guru, I never turn away for even a second, from the holy path that is admired by the Buddhas. And this and also we can add in other wishing prayers, such as the one I recited. This the wishing prayer was made composed by one of the Tripas just prior to his departure to Tushita. We can also this one's very blessed, but not many people do recite this stanza. But anyway, you can recite more other wishing prayers.
somebody melon the challenge really. She done the Jidon, Yao Solon Sodi, Solon Sodi, the Jimmy doing the jail. Then Naduka Demi Tati to Chu, Bibi Ruchikaden, Juvenala, Jimmy Humana, Lavina, Tati to Chu, Suji, was no chair, Kadam, I did the Selene, Luigi Macon, the Giori, Monoya Shujinere. There's something document in the mission.
So there are many the prayers to be said. One is the first one that I recite was repeated was composed by the 15th Dalai Lama, saying that may I able to train in the compassion, mind, and enlightenment to be able to strive in the two stages and so on. And another is that the author is unknown. May I able to observe the moral discipline and may I able to maintain a pure the correct view and may the teachings of Tsem Rinpoche never corrupted.
Such a payment said that they is Loma Shiruta, so there's such a no Sujiza Himanto, Johnson, then Naka Seba Majuba, to say Asian Nodam, Bombazo, Pasa Shin, Choki, that Robo, Legion, or show somebody picture. Never do it. Still make a touch of Pemaka, Talamido. Chungo touch of Pemaka Sion. Tina, you so good you tell you.
So there are many the blessed and the profound wishing prayers to be said. And if all the prayers in connection with the Mitzvah is not in this the text known as then one should consult this the different versions from the commentaries to and so forth. If you don't know, then you should get teachings and all this advice from Geshe.
Oh yeah.
And for the chanting, then there will be a break of the teachings.
Rinpoche, Quando a Dio,